We'll have to go back. So please, I request all of you to please take your seats. Within no time, we are going to start. Stop the movement inside the hall. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please take your respective seats. Stop any kind of movement inside the hall. With no time from now, we are going to start. Thank you. Faculty members, members of staff, students, volunteers, all of you, please find a place for yourself, sit so that we can start on time. I request the student volunteers standing. Please take your seats. Stop any kind of movement inside the hall. I once again request, please either switch off your mobile phones or keep it on flight mode. Thank you. I once again request the students, volunteers, and faculty members to please take your seats. Please take your seats and stop the movement. The chief guest can arrive at any moment from now. The convener of this conference has given me the signal that the chief guest is stepping up for the stage. I request my student volunteers, faculty members and staff to please stop any kind of movement inside the hall and please find a seat for yourself. No? Even volunteers, I think I'm loud and clear. You are requested to take your seats. The students at the back, आपकी सहूलियत के लिए मैं हिंदी भाषा का प्रयोग करता हूं कि कृपया अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. Please stop the movement as the chief guest is about to step on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request at the entry of the chief guest and other honorable guests, I request all of you to please stand for a standing ovation and applause for the chief guest and the guest of honor. With your permission, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gajananam bhuti gadadi sevitam, kapithya jambu falacharu bhakshanam, umasatam shok vinashakarakam, namami Vigneshwara padapankajam. Himachadit uttung nagadharaj Himalay, kalkal ninad karti chirachar dhara, माँ गंगा जमुना सरस्वती की उद्गम स्थली, सृष्टि के समस्त देवी देवताओं की कर्म भूमि, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून स्थित माँ सरस्वती के आशीर्वाद से अभिसिंचित, पुष्पित व पल्लवित विद्या के इस अप्रतिम और पावन प्रांगण में आज आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन, हार्दिक अभिवादन, हार्दिक स्वागत। Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. S. Somanath, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. The chief guest, Padma Bhushan Dr. V.K. Saraswat ji, member of NITI Aayog, Government of India, and the chairman of the Combustion Institute, India section. Mr. P.K. Pandey, Secretary, the Combustion Institute, Indian section. Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, MD and CEO, Dastur Energy, INC, United States of America. Other distinguished professors, eminent delegates from prestigious academic and research institutions of USA, Singapore, Taiwan, United Nations, and members of Indian organizations like DRDO, Hindustan Aeronauticals Limited, Indian Oil, members of Graphica fraternity, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an exceptional honor to extend a very warm welcome to all of you on this auspicious inaugural session of the International Conference on International IC Engine, Propulsion and Combustion, ICICEPC 1.0. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the stalwarts of their respective fields of life. To mark the ceremonial opening of this conference, may I now request Honorable Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, Honorable President and the distinguished guest on the dais to kindly light the sacred lamp to receive the blessings of Goddess Ma Saraswati.
Saraswati namastubhyam varade kamarupini vidyarambham karishyami siddhir bhavatu me sada.
Thank you so much, sir. Following the true tradition of a value-driven institution, may I now request Honorable Founder President of Graphica Group of Institutions, Professor Kamal Ghanshala ji, to present a gesture of honor, welcome and appreciation to Dr. S. Somanath, the chief guest. A gesture of appreciation and welcome to Honorable Professor Dr. V.K. Saraswat, member of NITI Aayog. A gesture of welcome and appreciation to Mr. P.K. Pandey, Secretary, CIIS. A gesture of welcome, honor and appreciation to to Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, MD and CEO, Dastur Energy, United States of America. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Honorable Founder, President, Graphicera Group of Institutions, Professor Kamal Ghanshala ji, for his welcome address. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. S. Somanath, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO. Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Padma Bhushan, Member of NITI Aayog and Chairman of the Combustion Institute of India section. Mr. P.K. Pandeyji, Secretary, the Combustion Institute of India. Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, MD and CEO, Dastur Energy USA. Other dignitaries, members of Graphicera fraternity, and my dear students, together with my dear friends of electronic and print media, I welcome you all. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this inaugural session of International Conference on IC Engine, Propulsion and Combustion, ICICE 1.0. Today we have Dr. Somanath, Chairman of ISRO, with us. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. Thanks for sparing your valuable time. We know you have a very tight schedule. Through ISRO's successful mission Chandrayaan-3, under your able leadership, India has achieved the distinction of being the only country in the world to land a spacecraft on the moon's south pole. Sir, every Indian is proud of you. I also welcome our own Dr. V.K. Saraswat ji. I said our own because he is our Chancellor, who was instrumental in developing missiles like Prithvi, Dhanush, Prahar, and Agni 5. He played an important role in first level commissioning of Tejas aircraft, light aircraft. So today we are having Chandraveer and Agniveer both with us. About Graphicera, first of all, my name is Graphicera. I started Graphicera in 1993 after doing my engineering. So name is Graphicera because I started training in computer graphics. And then slowly in 1998, Graphicera became Graphicera Institute of Technology. We started imparting professional programs like BCA and BMIT. Then we started engineering in 2000 and other courses. In 2008, we became Graphicera deemed to be university. So we are in 26th year of Graphicera Institute of Technology, which is known as Graphicera deemed university. And in 2011, we started one more university, that is Graphicera Hill University, and which is having campuses in Dehradun, Bhimtal, and Haldwani. And in Graphicera Hill University, we are first to offer in this state 25% fees concession and 50% seat reservation for meritorious students of Uttarakhand. Recently, we have started a medical college also, Graphicera Institute of Medical Sciences, which is a 900-bedded hospital, and 150 seats of MBBS have been approved from this year. Students have already joined. Now, I say Graphicera is the first startup in education in Uttarakhand because I had started with only 29,000 rupees. And during these years, we have published more than 9,500 high quality articles in national and international journals. Our H index is 78. We have published 1,474 patents, 83 Indian patents and 67 international patents have already been granted. Twenty-three of our faculty members are amongst top 2% scientist list of the world. And we do have a course in BTech Aerospace also. Dear friends, this conference has its own relevance as it is focusing on challenges of reducing emission and enhancing energy efficiency. I wish ICICEPC 1.0 all the best. And I'll just like to quote few lines of रामधारी सिंह दिनकर. जीवन का उद्देश्य नहीं है शांत शिविर में टिक रहना, किंतु पहुंचना उस सीमा तक जिसके आगे राह ना हो. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst the dignitaries, we have with us Mr. Pradeep Kumar Pandey. He is the Secretary CIIS. Before I request him to present a brief on the CIIS and this conference, I would like to present a brief profile of his with his permission. Mr. Pandey is an engineering and management professional with over 35 plus years of leadership experience with proven record of creating and sustaining global business for large multinational companies in India and abroad. He also holds more than 20 technical papers in his credit in national and international journals and conferences. Currently, he is working as a strategic advisor to Belcan, a Cincinnati, USA-based multinational company. He is also serving as Secretary of the Combustion Institute India section, headquartered at IIT Madras, mentor for Startup India in association with Altair India and advisory board members for many technical institutes in India. Prior to his superannuation, he worked for more than a decade, each as Director for Global Engineering at Collins Aerospace United Technologies Company, UTC, and now the Raytheon Technologies Company, a $100+ billion USA corporation, as Vice President for Aerospace Vertical at Scient Hyderabad, and as a scientist in Gas Turbine Research Establishment, DRDO, Bangalore. He has been industry speaker at various forums at NASCOM, CII, Petrofed, ASPAC, IITs, NITs, and several other places. He received Leadership Award for the chairman of Raytheon Technologies for achieving competitive excellence ACE Gold by the first person from outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Pradeep holds the Bachelor's of Mechanical Engineering from BIT Ranchi, Master of Technology in Mechanical Engineering specialized in Combustion and Propulsion Engineering from IIT Madras, Fellowship in Gas Turbine from Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, Pune, Executive MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata, and numerous management and leadership sponsored trainings in India and USA. He has been recipient of National Talent Scholarship throughout his career. He enjoys teaching, traveling, creating YouTube videos on travel and management lessons, and camping in forest as he is a wildlife enthusiast. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Pradeep Kumar Pandey. Sir.
Good morning. Dr. A. Somanath, Chairman of ISRO, Dr. Atanu Mukherjee, President of MN Dastur Energy, Kolkata, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Chairman of Combustion Institute and the permanent member of NITI Aayog, Professor Kamal Ghanshala, President of Graphics Era Group of Institutions, all Vice Chancellors present here, member of Executive Councils of Combustion Institute, distinguished guests, my dear students, full of students, so great. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to give you a bit of information about what the Combustion Institute is all about, because all over you see Combustion Institute, logo and the name, displayed all over the campus. But what is Combustion Institute? I would like to give a little bit of information about what is Combustion Institute. The Combustion Institute International was founded in 1954 at the University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, United States of America. Since its founding, the Combustion Institute has made profound impact on the advancement of combustion science and technology. Today, the Combustion Institute has 35 affiliated sections around the world. The Combustion Institute Indian section, which we call referred as CIIS, is the one among 35 sections of the Combustion Institute International. The Combustion Institute Indian section was founded in 1974 by conducting the first national conference on IC engine combustion in IIT Delhi. This year, we are celebrating 50th year of Combustion Institute in India. Graphics Era University will be recorded in the history of Combustion Institute for being a part of 50-year celebration of this combustion historic event and conducting the first international conference on IC engine propulsion and combustion. This conference was originally scheduled to be the 28th National Conference on IC engine and combustion. But our chairman realized that it is 50 years of celebration and we have come a long way. So let's upgrade this to international standard, and hereafter it will be conducted at international conference. This conference is not new to Dehradun. We conducted 2 national conferences at Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun. The 9th national conference was conducted in November 1985, and 12th national conference in November 1992, both at IIP Dehradun. Again, 24th National Conference was conducted in UPSC in November 2015. So after 15, now 2024, we are here. So we have got good familiarity of this place as far as the Combustion Institute is concerned. Apart from Dehradun, this conference has been conducted in several IITs, NITs, and also all major regional engineering colleges across the country. Apart from this conference, what we are doing today, or we have done in the past, we have started an endowment lecture in 2013 in the name of our beloved chairman, Dr. V.K. Saraswat. And it is very much in line with what International Combustion Institute does around the world, and they call it Dr. Lewis Bernard Lecture Series internationally. Dr. Lewis Bernard was the first chairman of the Combustion Institute International. So they have, with their first Combustion Institute International, we have first most renowned and beloved chairman of Combustion Institute. So we have given this name after him. He was not very comfortable. That's why I said, no, it is required for you, sir, because you have done so much for the Combustion Institute. Since then, we have been conducting the endowment lectures across the country. We have had 2 such endowment lectures here in Graphics Era on 9th June 2023. And last endowment lecture was conducted at NLC Naveli near Chennai on 28th March 2024. I encourage everyone here present to organize such lectures in your campus, wherever you have come from all over India, possibly all over the world. And we will provide, Combustion Institute will provide all necessary support, whatever is required. We also have 2 vibrant national combustion research centers running, one from IIT Chennai and one from Indian School of Science. That was again the brainchild of Dr. V.K. Saraswat. He was instrumental in setting up 2 research centers, one in IIT Chennai and one in Indian School of Science, Bangalore. Both are running successfully. At Asia Pacific level, we have Asia Pacific Conference on Combustion called ASPAC, which involves countries like India, China, Australia, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, and UAE. We are well connected with this group of countries. I personally wrote to the chairman of all these institutes, combustion institutes in Asia Pacific, to ask for their speakers to be present here. Most of them, in fact, responded very positively. But it was a little late by that time. We have a lot of schedule already fixed. But still, we are able to accommodate 2 speakers from the Combustion Institute around the world. One is from Singapore and one is from Taiwan. So that's a very good achievement that at least we have started engaging with the international community here. The Combustion Institute Indian section under the leadership of Dr. V.K. Saraswat conducted 8th Asia Pacific Conference on Combustion in December 2010 in Hyderabad. Dr. Madhavan Nair from ISRO was the chief guest in that. And today we have Dr. S. Somanath, the chief guest. So what a great date for us today. And I served as the organizing secretary for this conference in Hyderabad. This was the first time that Asia Pacific conference was conducted in India. And now, after 17 years by rotation, the 16th this year, we conducted 10th. Now 16th is going to come back to India, and it will be conducted in IIT Mumbai. And Dr. Sudarshan Kumar is going to be from IIT Mumbai, is going to be the organizing secretary for this conference. But 2027 is like a far away. Before that, we have got one more Asia Pacific conference happening during 18 to 22nd May 2015 in Singapore. That will be 15th Asia Pacific conference, and it will be held at National University, Singapore. And the theme is very close to our theme. Their theme is building a zero carbon and sustainable future. We have got our theme here, transformation in combustion research towards a net zero emission. So very close, we are like a very closely working with what is happening around the world. We need large participation from India. Dr. Saraswat has been pushing us, supporting us to participate in Asia Pacific, but it has been dominated so far by Chinese participants. Always when you go to Asia Pacific conference, you find all our Chinese participants. This time I want to make that we are the largest. I am requesting all of you to write papers from where you have come. Every institute, those who are present here and those who are not present, at least have 5 to 10 papers from your campus. And we are working closely with Dr. Saraswat and think to, can we support you partially to travel to Singapore? But this time our participation had to be larger than Chinese. That's the challenge we have taken as an Indian. So please support it. And there's a counter outside. You can also collect the brochure of this conference. Now, I would like to thank our sponsors, those who have supported this conference. And some of them might consider me as a villain because I'm calling them so many times on the phone, WhatsApp, and email. Sometimes I call them and they were in a different country, in different time zone. So that's where I feel that I have made them a little uncomfortable. Sorry about it, but thanks to you for supporting this conference so well. I would like to thank Professor Kamal Ghanshala, the president of Graphics Era Group of Institutions, and his leadership team, Professor Rakesh Sharma, Professor Sanjay Jasola, Professor Narpinder Singh, for taking up the ownership of this conference. This is a fantastic thing that is happening under your leadership, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Joshi, and all the members of the organizing team for working relentlessly for last several months for making this event a great success. My wife complained, Dr. Joshi, be careful when you meet my wife. She complained that I was taking all her time talking to you. So be careful when you meet my wife next time. I would like to thank Dr. V.K. Saraswat and member of Executive Councils of the Combustion Institute for all the direction and support we needed for this conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of this historic event at Graphics Era. Thank you so much. And please do not forget to collect the Combustion Institute membership form from the counter outside and become the member of Combustion Institute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, what a privilege and what a day to extend this welcome to a person who is synonymous to Indian space, the person behind the landmark achievement of India, the man behind the landmark landing of Chandrayaan on moon's surface, Dr. S. Somanath. Sir, I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that today we are celebrating the 25th Foundation Day of State of Uttarakhand. Ladies and gentlemen, there cannot be a better day to get a historic man on this historic moment. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this opportunity to invite the Chairman CIIS, Honorable Member of NITI Aayog and Chancellor of Graphic Era, deemed to be University, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, for his address.
Namaskar, good morning. At the onset, you have to excuse me for my bad throat, so my voice will be little unbearable. My dear great friend and colleague for many years, Dr. Somanath, who is our chief guest today and the chairman ISRO, Secretary Space Department. Another good friend and a colleague for many years again, Dr. Atanu Mukherjee, the managing director of Dastur Energy. And another distinguished person who has made history in setting up this university from a very early stage, Professor Kamal Ghanshala. Give him a big hand. Another colleague of mine, Shri P.K. Pandey, who is the live wire for keeping this Combustion Institute going all the time. I also would like to address and greet the Vice Chancellors, Shri Narpinder Singh Ji and Shri Sanjay Jasola Ji. Yet another person, Durgesh Pant Ji, who is here from Dehradun. And the esteemed faculty members of Graphicera University, the participants to this conference who have come from India, different parts of India and abroad. And of course, I see a lot of young students who are participating in this conference. It will be a great benefit to you because this is going to be a great learning exercise. It's a coincidence that today we have the 50th year as far as this Combustion Institute is concerned. Am I correct? And also the 25th year as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. I would like to congratulate the Uttarakhand population and also all those who are present from Uttarakhand for completing glorious 25 years, Silver Jubilee as we call it. I was thinking that there'll be a lot of celebration, but I think there is going to be some more, which I may come to later. Friends, the topic of this particular conference, transformation of combustion research towards net zero, that itself shows that there's a need for us to look at combustion in a renewed way. We all know that this is the era of climate change. And climate change is due to the various pollutants like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and many other greenhouse gases, which are responsible for global warming. And this global warming is driving us into this climate change. The floods, the rising levels of oceans, and many things that are happening today, they are responsible. So obviously, who produces these pollutants? The process is combustion. The chemical processes, industrial processes, most of the time we burn fuels and that produces the pollutants. So obviously, we have developed this science, but we are also responsible for that. Over the years, the efforts have been made to control them. Those of you who are practicing IC engines, you know, once upon a time there used to be huge smoke on the IC engine vehicles. Today we don't see that. We have added catalytic converters, we have controlled the process of combustion in a major way. We have tried to ensure that we minimize it. But despite that, one particular compound, we are not able to control as much as we should like to do, and that is carbon dioxide. And this carbon dioxide is one which is largely responsible for the global warming. So obviously we have to look at in which direction we should go now, what we should do. This is happening not only in the mobility sector, it is happening in the industrial sector, in the thermal power plants, in many of the chemical plants which are polluting this. Most of the time, these are combustion processes. Many times, these are chemical processes. Of course, combustion is also a chemical process. So there is a need for us, and that's why there is a strategy today for transiting towards net zero. And what is that strategy? People are talking of, as far as the power generation is concerned, which is thermal power plants, which are again polluting. We are switching over to renewable energy as much as we can do, which is supposed to be giving us least kind of emissions. But in the sector of mobility, which is also responsible for the carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas emissions, the transition is moving towards the following: the e-vehicles, the electrical vehicles, the hybrid vehicles, and also to the alternate fuels, which are going to be responsible for least pollution. So this strategy for energy transition has been highlighted by our Honorable Prime Minister in COP 27-28 by saying that you will have 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, by saying that we will have reduction in our carbon intensity by 45% by 2030, and we will plant more and more forest so that we can reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by billions of tons. So that is the kind of promise we have made to the international community. Obviously, mobility becomes one of the major sectors, IC engines being one of them, the main source of priming the mobility. That becomes our focus. So what should we do with the IC engines now to make sure that we have minimum pollution? One of the things which we have identified for the industrial sector as well as for mobility, for the industrial sector, we have said that, for example, the thermal power plants, we have said that we'll go for clean combustion technologies. Unfortunately or fortunately, we have a huge resource of coal, and we have been burning coal for producing power. Coal combustion, many of you would have worked on this subject. I see in IIT Madras working on coal gasification instead of coal combustion to reduce the kind of thing. There are people who are working today on improving the efficiency of the IC engines in such a manner that you reduce the pollutants. We are changing over to cycles. We are blending other fuels. For example, diesel is being blended with hydrogen. CNG is blended with hydrogen. So many of these things are being done today. So blended fuels are emerging basically. So we need to look at what are the major things. We should not get worried about the fact that EV is coming in the big way, so IC engines will find no place. I want to tell you one thing, that batteries, which are the main prime source as far as the EV mobility is concerned, if you take the life cycle emissions of e-vehicles and compare it with a plug-in hybrid, a hybrid means IC engine with generator and a battery, which is called plug-in hybrid, you will be able to find that the pollution done by both of them is same. In fact, in terms of life cycle emissions, the plug-in hybrid scores a little bit in certain load conditions. Because when you see the e-vehicles, you will find that if you take the fuel cell, which is one of the main source going to be tomorrow for the e-vehicles, as the load increases, the efficiency comes down. So these are the kind of things which are happening. So our effort now to take this research portfolio in the case of IC engines is going to be in a different direction. We should look at alternate fuels. I am one of the proponents of methanol. Last time, I think I gave a talk on how the methanol economy can propel net zero. Methanol reduces the pollutants by more than 50% if you burn. There are no particulate matter, there are no sulfur emissions, except carbon dioxide and water, there is nothing. If you do a proper combustion of methanol, even aldehydes will not be there. So one has to start looking at all this. How do we burn these alternate fuels? Government of India has already taken initiative for blending ethanol with the gasoline. We have taken an initiative of blending methanol with diesel. If I blend methanol with diesel and burn it efficiently, I'm going to reduce emissions by 35 to 40%. So this is called the transition strategy. As before we go for the most clean fuel, which is hydrogen. And if we are able to reach there, we will be in a position to get pollutant as only steam, water, vapor, nothing else. But then that requires tremendous amount of effort in understanding the combustion of hydrogen in IC engines. So people are working on blending diesel with hydrogen, blending CNG with hydrogen, and also hydrogen engines. But the ultimate goal is hydrogen working on a fuel cell and driving an electrical cycle. That is what is going, because you get highest efficiency in that matter. IC engine efficiency with hydrogen is much less compared to the fuel cell efficiency. So we have to work in that direction. But I have to now put in a word with all of you that in this transition period, before we get to 100% fuel cell systems, hydrogen combustion has to be studied very well. In the Department of Space, people have been able to, our own team in Department of Space has developed cryogenic engine which uses LOX and hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. We have to bring that kind of a technology into the IC engines also. And there are various problems. I'll be giving a talk on hydrogen engines in the plenary session, so I don't go into details of that. But there is a transition taking place to alternate fuels. So combustion research has to go into that direction. Coming to other forms of propulsion, aviation for that matter, which is one of the largest pollutant, the kind of AJT what we burn today, people don't bother about it. But compared to the other mobility, I think the pollution from the aircraft is the highest. So people are talking of sustainable aviation fuel. So we have to look at what are those sustainable aviation fuels, how they can be produced, and what are the combustion going to be there, how the efficiency can be obtained. Similarly, in the rocket propulsion, people are talking of green propulsion. So we are going to those propellants which are not going to make ammonia and things like that, other pollutants which are in the solid propellants giving today and polluting the whole thing. In ramjet systems, we have boron which is coming out. So all those things will have volume. So we have to find methods of transporting it. Methanol is a very good carrier of hydrogen. We should be in a position to do that. So IC engine team today, rocket propulsion team today, aviation team today has a major challenge to use combustion most efficiently, develop new cycles, develop new processes, use today's technology, which is emerging today in terms of measurements. Measurement used to be once upon a time a major problem in our country, but with these two centers which have been set up in ISC and IIT Madras, there has been a tremendous amount of gain in that direction, and we are in a position to make good measurements as far as the combustion processes are concerned. I find a lot of youngsters coming and working there. A lot of startups are also coming out of that. Now that's a good sign. But what we need to do is transit towards net zero by going for efficient combustion, clean coal technologies, use of alternate fuels, blending fuels with the existing diesel and all that, and of course, reducing as much as possible through the process of efficient catalytic converters and things like that. So there's a research profile which is emerging. All of you have to work. Don't think IC engines will go away, because IC engine in the hybrid cycle will always remain there. So only thing is we should make that cycle as efficient as we can and bring the cost down, make it cost effective, and ensure that net zero is obtained through the efficient cycle of the IC engine and good research, what you can do. I wish the conference all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for this beautiful, wonderful, and power-plugged, crisp deliberation about the conference. Sir, with your permission, I do not want to remain deprived of telling few things about yourself to the audience because I just wanted to introduce yourself. But then, ladies and gentlemen, it is a rare honor that we have Dr. Saraswat with us. We are lucky to have him here with us as a family member because he's our Honorable Chancellor. Only few words about him, that he is a man behind the indigenous development of missiles such as Prithvi, Dhanush, Prahar, Agni 5, two-tiered ballistic missiles defense system, the initial operation clearance of light combat aircraft Tejas, and nuclear submarine INS Arihant. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for Sir, Honorable Padma Shri Padma Bhushan Dr. V.K. Saraswat. Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings. Now, I would like to request the honorable dignitaries on the dais to please unveil the souvenir of this international conference. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my present duty to introduce to all of you our honorable guest of honor, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, who is the CEO of Dastur Energy, INC, and the M.N. Dastur and Company, Private Limited, Dastur. Dastur works with the energy, materials, and commodity industry globally in areas related to strategy, technology, engineering, economics, and finance. In clean energy, Atanu advises the enterprises, governments, and international institutions on energy transition, industrial strategy, carbon, and climate engineering. In recent past, he has been working with the United States Department of Energy, the NITI Aayog, and the Government of India on energy innovation, policy, economics, and technology directions for transitioning to low-carbon fuels, clean power, clean chemicals, clean cement, and clean steel. His firm also advises enterprises, private equity firms, and investors on project development, project engineering, project finance, asset revitalization, mergers and acquisitions, and investment strategies for metals, mining, energy, and commodity-related businesses. Prior to working in the energy sector, Atanu was in senior leadership positions at Microsoft Corporation in Redmond, WA and Digital Equipment Corporation in Boston. Atanu holds a joint graduate degree in engineering and management from the prestigious Massachusetts Institute of Technology's School of Engineering and the MIT Sloan School of Management, and is a graduate fellow at Stanford University in energy and chemical engineering. He was a research fellow at MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, where his team's pioneering research laid the groundwork for powering core components of today's internet infrastructure. He has over 50 publications in energy, material, economics, and computer science, and holds multiple patents. He was elected to the world's who's who in the science and engineering in 2012. Atanu is an avid golfer, a pianist, and a private pilot, and shares his time between Austin and Kolkata, India. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Atanu Mukherjee. Sir, I invite you for your address.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And let me just say that I'm privileged to be a part of the August company out here amongst Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Somanath, Mr. Pandey, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Ghanshala, all of you students, aspirants, and people in the auditorium. Let me just kind of start a little bit by saying what we think is the direction and trajectory of things that are happening around today in the world of energy, right? Specifically clean energy, and we hear a lot about how we can transition to clean energy pretty quickly over time, And Dr. Saraswat mentioned a lot of very, very useful things, which I think cover pretty much everything. But I'll delve on a couple of things that matter probably, which we see. And two things that we need to consider in any energy transition from where we are today and where we will be tomorrow with less amount of CO2 emissions, and hopefully zero CO2 emissions at some point of time, has got to do with two things. One is the scale. The scale of energy is very, very, very large, right, that's consumed in the world today. So if you look at the scale of energy, the world consumes about 600 exajoules of energy. You know, to just give a reference, India consumes about 40 exajoules, US about 100 exajoules. So this is very large scale, and this has been propelled primarily by fossil-based systems for many, many years. And transitioning that scale is a momentous challenge from a technology, economics, policy, adoption, behavior, human behavior, all different perspectives. And so for all of us, for all of you to address this challenge is by far one of the biggest initiatives, I think. The second thing that has got to do with the transition of energy has got to do with scale. And economics of scale, right? How much economics, right? Today, if you look at it, energy is very cheap. You know, it may be fossil-based energy, it may be a combination of some other incoming renewable energies. Energy is very cheap in terms of affordability, right? When you transition from today what you are to tomorrow what you want to be in terms of net zero, the affordability needs to be maintained. So transitioning at scale of 600 exajoules, right, to the same affordable system at a future point of time is again a big challenge. So these two factors drive decisions in terms of how we undertake technology innovation, how we undertake research, how we do adoption, how we do engineering, how we finance it. It's a massive interconnected enterprise of many different kind of people, from scientists to engineers to economists to financiers, to politicians, to policymakers. Combination of different people will make the energy transition happen. Having said that, so the three things that matter to us in the world and to India from an energy transition perspective is got to do with, like I said, scale, the economics, and the third thing is energy security. Security of energy is extremely important, and while we have international trade of energy, the disruptions that can happen, right, as you see in geopolitical disruption or economic disruptions that can render different kinds of volatilities, can really disrupt the society and economy at any place. So energy security and being able to really assimilate resources, like Dr. Saraswat mentioned, coal, for example. You know, coal is vilified today world over, where it's, it's a very dirty fuel. Not really. It's the question of how we harness coal into a clean fuel. So being able to harness resources that we have, harness endowments that we have in India, so that we are secure, affordable, and transition at scale is fundamentally important for us to solve this trilemma of transitioning to net zero in a finite, reasonable period of time, with all the participants involved. So that, I think, is the general challenge and the opportunity, the big opportunity that the world has. And I think, unlike what people think and people mention, this is an opportunity for combustion engineering. This is not a disopportunity for combustion, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that people talk about a lot has got to do with renewables. Absolutely, yes, we must do renewables. That is one of the most cost-effective transition pathways in terms of generation of energy in forms of electrical carrier like power, electrical power carrier like electrical energy. However, renewables do not solve all the problems. It is just a part of the problem solution. If you look at electricity itself, there are limits to which you can penetrate renewables into the electricity system of supply, right? The variability of renewables in terms of its intermittency, right? When the sun doesn't shine, you don't have solar power. When the wind doesn't blow, you don't have wind power, right? So although you might have capacity of a large quantity, but the effective generated energy varies and is dependent upon weather and other extraneous conditions. So the more you put in renewables, which is important, the more you make the power supply volatile, which basically means that society, like where you and I live, functions on available, consistent power supply, 24/7. You cannot say, I will not supply when I'm not available. So therefore, the ability to complement renewables with the right kind of technologies and the right kind of fuel systems, and that's what Dr. Saraswat mentioned about alternative fuel systems, is fundamental. What fuel systems? Well, those fuel systems, those have much lesser or near zero emissions. So the three fuels, for example, which make a lot of sense. Methanol is one, ammonia is probably another one, and hydrogen, which is in its early stages. Will they by themselves be able to solve, the problem in terms of filling up the gaps that renewable has got? Probably not. You would need to figure out mechanisms of hybridization or hybrid fuels, which allow you to run generators, power generators, that complement, renewables or other zero-source energies. So one area of research, for example, from that perspective, has got to do with, what we call as gas turbines, right? And we all know about gas turbines, right, using natural gas as a fuel. How would gas turbines run in this scenario where renewables switch on and off with respect to hybrid fuels? How do I design hybrid fuels of a combination of methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen, right, with their characteristics, so that I get the ability to supply and supplement renewables very quick and very fast, over a period of time, using these kind of turbines running on hybrid fuels. So this is a big research area, a big research direction, where combustion engineering becomes a fundamental aspect, a fundamental driver in terms of shaping how this kind of power sources will be designed. And I think we talked about a lot about mobility, and I think, yes, electric vehicles is a solution to some degree, but again, it has got challenges and limitations in terms of life cycle CO2 emissions, in terms of infrastructure required, in terms of, importantly, the material that is required, right? The material requirements in terms of rare earths, right, is significant, and as the volume scales, we do not know today how we're going to support what they call those kind of batteries that support what they call electrical vehicles. And again, it's not unclear how the life cycle CO2 emissions, would be contained at or below most efficient ICE engines, right, going forward. So it'll be a combination of both of these things, and so being able to advance internal combustion engines, hybrid combustion engines, which have got higher and higher efficiencies going forward, is a big, what you call, research direction, which I think that we need to take, right? So therefore, in the same vein in mobility, one of the areas that we need to think about has also got to do with the entire ecosystem of transport, which powers our trade, right? Which powers the movement of goods, from here for exports or powers within the country. And a lot of the heavy engineering, the heavy, what you call, fuels and the heavy fuels which are used for moving heavy payload, still cannot work with EVs and unlikely to work with EVs, in a future point of time. And why is that? That's not got to do so much with what you call the characteristics of energy generation of EV, of batteries, but more to do with the characteristics of the batteries, energy generation and power generation capabilities, right? So on the basis of volume and mass, right? So if you look at it, why is diesel and gasoline so effective, right, and so much used in transport? That's because one of the fundamental reasons, as you know, it's got to do with what we call as the gravimetric density, right, and the volumetric density is just about optimal. 45 megajoules per kg, 40 megajoules for what we call liter is perfect. Hydrogen, on the other hand, fantastic in terms of what we call its reactivity, in terms of combustion, ignition delays, but what is the problem? you got a very high gravimetric density, 120 megajoules per kg, but extremely low volumetric density. So even if I compress hydrogen at 300 bar, 700 bar, I will not get more than 2 megajoules per liter. So that's a problem, right? So how I optimize blends to be able to create the new kind of fuels is very important. Batteries, for example, right? People say, oh, batteries. Well, you can't really use batteries today with the trucks. Why? Because if you look at the best lithium-ion batteries available today, what is the energy density, gravimetric density? It's about 300 watt-hours per kg, 400 watt-hours per kg. What is the gravimetric density of diesel? 10,000 watt-hours per kg. So which basically means that my weight-to-power ratio is so high that I will not have a design case from a technology perspective or an economic case, right, from a movement perspective to make it happen. So which basically means I need to have fuels which are less emissive or zero emissive, for that matter, if it's possible. And that has got to do with how I create blends, how I create methanol, ammonia, hydrogen blends so that I'm able to power the ships of tomorrow, right? So I think the combination of these things essentially lead us, all of us to think, should lead us, all of us to think that how should we look at combustion engineering, right, in the future with a view to taking it to net zero? How do we harness a lot of the endowments that we have got to be able to create the fuels itself, which can be made into hybrid fuels for combustion engineering? So for example, gasification is one example. Hydrogen, people talk about hydrogen. Well, I mean, you can certainly use hydrogen if it's done right into the engineering, but how do you get that hydrogen to the right price, right? And how do you distribute that hydrogen at the right place, right? Given the characteristics it's got. Today, green hydrogen, with all optimizations that you can do, can't get below what you call $4 per kg, okay? Hydrogen, for example, for gas, from coal, with carbon capture, which makes it clean, not more than $1.4 per kg. Which one would you choose? The goal is to get the CO2 out. The goal is not the source. The challenge is, doesn't matter where the energy comes from, how do I get the CO2 out? So if I can use coal to create hydrogen in a clean manner, absolutely, that's one way to look at it, right? Can I create methanol from what you call coal and other resources with capture? Absolutely, I can. Will it be competitive at $180 per ton? Yes, it is. Can I combine these in the best hybridized possible way? Yes, that is the job of all of us, all of you, who can make this happen. And finally, given all these things, there's a big, I think, opportunity and a challenge in terms of materials engineering. When you drive these kind of cycles, right, often the nature and the environment, instead of a Brayton cycle running at about 1600 degrees centigrade, right, peak, I might run a supercritical CO2 cycle at 2300 degrees centigrade. What happens to the materials, right? How do I get a turbine, right, casing which can run at 300 bar, right, and at the same time withstand 2300 degrees centigrade, right? That is the challenge. Not that supercritical CO2 cycle doesn't run. Yes, it does. So I think there's a significant opportunity to sum up in terms of how we design hybrid fuel systems with our local endowments that we have got, which are clean, which is a combination of methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, it looks like. How do we optimize combustion strategies for different kinds of applications, gas turbine applications running on these, right? Or applications in terms, in terms of engines, IC engines, which are hybridized, not fuel cell-based, but hybridized combustion engines, right? How do we optimize combustion strategies? This is a key area of movement forward. How do we make sure the economics are right going forward for these strategies, which is with the incumbent economics that we have got today, not significant departure. And I think that, finally, how do we look at materials engineering, right, and material supply to make all this happen? If you're able to address parts of this going forward, I am certain that there are significant opportunities for all of us, way more than artificial intelligence, I think, way more than the possibilities in computer science, because just the scale is so large, and the amount of things that to be done is so much. And I think we all can make it happen going forward in the best possible way if we put our minds, heart, and souls to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for these wonderful words of wisdom, and what a strong deliberation celebrating the new energy era of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm given the mammoth opportunity of introducing the chief guest of this moment of the day. We have amongst us Dr. S. Somanath. Dr. S. Somanath is a distinguished scientist, Apex grade and Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and Chairman, ISRO, since 14th January 2022. Dr. S. Somanath, having a career spanning nearly 38 years, is an expert in the field of space technology and systems engineering of launch vehicles, and has made significant contributions in many areas for the country. As Secretary of Department of Science, he piloted the National Space Policy, facilitated the in-space activation engagement of ISRO with NGPE and startups in the space sector, and established NSIL to aggregate user demands, take up commercial activities, including launch vehicle production and spacecraft operations. Chandrayaan-3 landing near the south pole of Moon was a great success under his leadership. The Aditya L1 ExpoSat, InSat 3DS, NVS-01, OceanSat, GSat-24, and commercial PSLV and LVM-3 on OneWeb missions are some of the recent successes under his leadership. A small launch vehicle, SSLV, and test vehicle TV were developed, and landing experiments of reusable launch vehicle RLV-LX was accomplished under his able guidance. He plays a crucial role in the architecture of Gaganyaan program for sending Indians to space, and achieved the first test vehicle flight for mission abort demonstration. Currently, he focused on Space Vision 2047 missions, including Gaganyaan, Chandrayaan-C, and other exploration missions, Bharatiya Antariksha Station development, and human mission to Moon. As director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, VSCC, during 1821, he was responsible for launch vehicle technology development, where LVM-3 M1 Chandrayaan-2 mission was a major accomplishment. He spearheaded the development of critical systems for the Gaganyaan program, development of small satellite launch vehicle, reusable launch vehicle, and air-breathing technology programs. He was the director of Liquid Propulsion Systems Center during 1518. Dr. S. Somanath took his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. He is a fellow of Indian National Science and Indian National Academy of Engineering and Astronautical Society of India. He has published papers in journals and conferences in the area of structural dynamics and control, material modeling. He has been delegate to UN COPUS, Vice President of International Aeronautical Federation, and participated in International Aeronautical Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. S. Somanath. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all of you. Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Chairman of CIIS, and also the Honorable Member of the NITI Aayog, and also your Chancellor of the Graphics Era University, MD and CEO of Dastur Energy, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, the visionary President of the Graphics Era Group of Institutions, Prof. Kamal Ghanshala, the Vice Chancellors of the University, distinguished people who are here, invitees, Dr. Sudhir Joshi, the Organizing Secretary, and all the delegates for this international conference on IC engines, propulsion, and combustion, 01 or 1.0. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come over to this university and to be there in this inaugural day program. Before I start, I should congratulate everyone here at Uttarakhand for the 25th Formation Day celebration. Congratulations for the state. And also to the university, the Graphics Era University, for organizing this conference in its campus under the auspices of its Department of Aerospace Engineering and Mechanical Engineering. So congratulations once again. I'm sure it will inspire young people here. In fact, before I started talking about it, in fact, whatever I wanted to speak has already been told by Dr. Saraswat as well as Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, highlighting the issues of combustion, the sustainability, and net zero goals that we have set for ourselves. I being a rocket man, rocket propulsion person, I thought that I will talk about the domains which is more explicitly, though you are not looking at the higher levels of problem, but the more intricate problems which are there for combustion people. I think that should be the one which is important for you to write papers and do research in this domain. I think this is going to be very important for each one of you. But of course, they are all connected. The major issues that were highlighted are of the issues of the fuel, the issues of the combustion, the issues of the efficiency, all become very, very important. But before I start, I think all of you know burning of anything really releases thermal energy. And before human beings started looking at it, things were burning all the time in the world. Wood burns, the fuel burns. But burning is a process which is a slow rate of release of energy due to the reaction of the fuel with the oxidizer, or maybe the oxygen. But combustion is not just not burning. It is a controlled release of energy at a higher rate. Then we call it is combustion. That if you progress it further, you may lead it up to detonation, which is a very high rate of release of energy. Possibly it's not really a reaction of the combustion. It is a different process. So we in rocket people, we deal with all this, the burning to combustion to detonation. I think it's a process of transition of various reaction levels. But then this burning could happen or a combustion could happen because of the reaction with oxygen, but then it could also be a decomposition process where thermal energy is released. So we have different ways of achieving this type of combustion in a controlled manner. But the interesting part of this combustion is that the combustion allows us to release that chemical energy which is resident in materials into thermal energy. But thermal energy per se doesn't do anything unless you transform that thermal energy into mechanical energy, and the mechanical energy into some useful result, possibly in the form of electrical energy or a useful work which you are looking at. And the whole chain transitioning from the chemical energy to the useful outcome, which is the point where we are all interested. In that, combustion becomes one important element in the cycle efficiency of this transition from one form of energy to another. And your interventions in terms of research will help in each of this, as mentioned about the materials onwards. I think many of them will play a great role. The human beings in its evolution, mobility became an important topic, the how to travel faster. I think there is this role of this chemical energy resident in materials were extracted to generate mechanical energy to add to the mobility. That's why we have aircrafts, we have cars, we have automotives, we have rockets, that allows us to travel faster from one place to another. I think we have realized only this energy, that the chemical energy resident in materials, to be released to do this type of work. I think this is a fantastic discovery of the human race to allowing us to progress to society. I think this is something which you should all be aware of. But then the propulsion which we use in rockets, it's a different form of energy release. The differentiation between a combustion happening in an IC engine or an engine which we call gas turbine to a rocket engine is entirely different. Though the principles may be the same, here the rate of energy release and the quantum of fuel which is consumed is of much, maybe an order, maybe few orders in magnitude. So the energy density which is resident in a given volume in a rocket engine is of much, much higher. For example, if you look at an aircraft engine, typically an aircraft engine will produce a 20-ton thrust. The fuel flow rates are much, much smaller. If you combine a rocket engine, the flow rates are extremely high and the power density available in those devices becomes very high. Typically, an engine which weighs 500 kilogram of an aircraft engine will have a few kilowatt of power, whereas a 500 kilogram mass of a rocket engine will produce few megawatt of power. So this is the type of difference in engine in terms of the energy release. So the problems associated with the combustion in each of them will differ because of the rate of energy release is very, very high. Of course, why we look at combustion as a scientific problem? I think this is something which is important. Those who are into researchers, we know that we look at always looking at how efficiency can be increased. The question of converting, extracting chemical energy into thermal energy, how we can maximize it, or even converting the thermal energy into mechanical energy, how we can maximize it by appropriate interventions of research into it. And there are many domains. I think you are going to have papers, discussion in each of them. I think this is something which is important for us in rocket atomization is one important domain. How fuel is looked at and how you are able to atomize it into certain structure of particle size. We say that atomizing too much sometimes become problem. Atomizing to a certain level is the right level, because in rocket engines, I am very familiar, the issues of instability of combustion. Combustion is such a phenomena where unless you are able to control the energy release in a stable manner, you will not be able to achieve various performance parameters. For example, instabilities of nature, different nature. You have low frequency instabilities, you have high frequency instabilities, and this can be very well controlled only by the atomization processes, in which the right type of the size is needed where the energy release is happening at a very controlled manner. If the surface area versus the volume is so critical, how do you arrive at it, and how do you achieve it through injection pressures, the pressure drop calculations? It becomes very complicated in terms of rocket engines. I am sure it is equally in terms of the combustors in aircraft engines and IC engines, and of the turbines that we know about. So this is one of the very core research area in terms of increasing efficiency, increasing stability of engines, and all of you know, even rocket engines, you need to achieve throttling. They don't operate most of the time in stable, steady state conditions. They need to operate at 100% to something like 40% thrust levels. When rockets come and land, as Elon Musk always does, this engine is very, very capable engine in which you can operate at very high range of operation conditions by controlling the fuel flow rate and atomization, where if you change its stable operating conditions, it can get into thermal runaway as well as instabilities of high vibration levels, etc. So this becomes a very core research domain in which how do you control atomization in injectors. And injectors in aircraft also have similar issues. Similarly, the issues of heat transfer. I think the fuel, when you flow through the channels of an engine, a rocket engine or even aircraft engine, you need to preheat it to conditions of just below the cooking conditions, and if you are atomize it at a highest temperature so that you achieve certain combustion efficiency in terms of the energy release. And if all the energy is released immediately, also you have a problem. You will end up with hot spots in the combustors, and you need to gradually release energy over a distance in which the whole material travel through the combustion chambers. So the engineering of this, how the flow happens inside the combustion processes, and then the rate of release of energy over a distance, whereby which you control the heat transfer release and then save the materials around it. Because the material technology also limits us in terms of the temperatures that are encountered. In rockets, the combustion temperatures normally go above 3000 Kelvin, but the materials are typically capable of handling only out to 1500. So how do you really create a combustion chamber which you have very high hot zones where the materials are capable of only 1000, but you handle gases 3000 Kelvin. So this is achieved by special flow methods by which you create layers of temperature layers in which the outer layer is always cooler and the inner layers are very, very hot, and progressively you bring the temperature down. This is very core of the thermal engineering or combustion engineering problem of combustors. And here a lot of studies are done in computational fluid dynamics and atomization, evaporation of fuel, and how energy release happens in very controlled manner. Even with all of this, our rocket engines are hotspots. You would have seen when you look at an image of a rocket engine being fired, you will always see hotspots being developing, expanding over surfaces. It's not a uniform temperature any longer. So this is a huge problem of how thermal analysis is done while fuel takes through various passages in engines and of various nature. Yet another issue is, of course, is the material reactivity. This is again a major problem. In many times you will see the materials are sitting inside a chamber where there is a fuel which is a reactive element. The oxidizer, oxygen is also reactive material, and material get reacted to this. And how do we control this? The coatings, the processes, etc., going into the manufacturing of these engines becomes very important. Its life, reusability becomes an important topic. And how do you control this? By appropriate control of the combustion processes. For fuels of this nature, you will see that, for example, the carbonaceous fuel, of course, will go into soot formation, which is again another major problem in big engine development. When it passes through channels, especially in rocket engines, through finer channels, it will travel and get heated up. And if this fuel has a higher complex molecules, it can create soot, and over a period of time, it will create blockages and make the rocket engine, again, cause premature failures, or sometimes reusability becomes a problem. So the fuel, the nature of the fuel, the molecular structure of the fuel, And how do you control the temperatures at various points so as to prevent soot formation? It's a very critical issue, especially in rockets like semi-cryogenic engines where we use kerosene or varieties of kerosene as a fuel. Even in aircraft engines, this problem could be there in some of the combustors. So this is again a major issue. Similarly, for engines which are reusable, all the engines in aircrafts are reusable because after landing, they take off immediately. Very little is attended to these aircraft engines. But there the design is such that they are reusable in multiple times without ever attending to it. And you will be surprised to know the core of engineering in building complex aircraft engines are so enormous. I think there could be experts who can speak better about it. But then rockets are now becoming reusable rockets, and rocket engines are being reused without any maintenance at all. As soon as it lands, little bit of testing is done and it is ready for next launch, which was not the case in the past. I think this is also a transformation happening because of the engineering detailing that has gone into building this rocket engine, specifically addressing reusability is very, very important. Of course, this is very crucial. The whole combustion research is crucial from this point. How do you really handle life of hardwares and also its maintenance cost? So unless you pay attention to these aspects, they become extremely very costly and non-maintainable over long periods of time. But then we have many other challenges, especially with regard to coal and wood. I think you would have noted that today we have issues of energies coming for stationary ground-based engines, and this becomes the source of energy, and their gasification combustion becomes another huge topic. I think a lot of the laboratories that are established looks at some of these combustion processes, especially one at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, which I was familiar, my professor was the head of that institution some time back. So I know how they pay attention to using low-grade fuels and generate gasification and then run complex machinery using those gases at a very high levels of efficiency. Of course, when you talk about rocket engines, I think I coming from rocket engine side and I must be interested to speak about it. I think we people are very good in putting a lot of fuel in the rocket. Your rockets are only fuel and the rest of the rocket part are very less, 10 to 15, 20% is only rocket as you see, but inside is 80% is only fuel. Whether it is a liquid engine or a solid engine, you have almost 80% of the mass of the rocket is only fuel. And in such rockets, the fuels are not the typical fuel that you encounter. For example, in a solid rocket, what is the type of fuel used? Anyone can tell? In a solid rocket engine, the fuel is aluminum. Aluminum in fine powder form is a fuel, and it actually burns and produces aluminum oxide. One of the not a good product at all. It's a very dangerous product, alumina that comes out as particles. And we have binders, rubber materials, such are the binders, which again complex molecules. We have liquid engines where we use very hypergolic fuels, very dangerous fuel like unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine, nitrogen tetroxide as an oxidizer, and the product of combustion contains a lot of hydrochloric acid. In fact, a typical rocket engine takeoff, the gas that comes out of the rocket engine in solid fuel contains almost 25 tons of hydrochloric acid that is released into the air. And this hypergolic fuels also generate so much of complex molecules outside, which are very, very dangerous. So there is a move away from some of these fuels into more greener fuels, like the semi-cryogenic and cryogenic fuels. Cryogenic is the best in the lot, the hydrogen and the oxygen. Of course, it produces nothing but the steam at the end, and one of the best in the class of rocket fuels ever that can be found out. So I think there is nothing better than hydrogen and oxygen that can be used in a rocket system. But the difficulty with us, hydrogen and oxygen, is that you have to operate with liquefied hydrogen at 20 Kelvin, and the volumetric efficiency is very poor. We need huge tanks, and to handle it is again a very large infrastructure is required, chilling it and maintaining it and filling it at the right time. You cannot even fill it early, just half an hour. Even just at liftoff, you are still filling the hydrogen because you need to handle the evaporation. So making hydrogen engine and cryogenic engines for long duration space mission is not a possibility, but it's still the best rocket fuel. But then oxygen and kerosene, we create the semi-cryo engine, which has very high thrust to its volumetric efficiency, so we can keep it at moderate levels, moderately high levels, and you can handle tanks which are manageable. So generally we go into combustion with these type of fuels now, and all of the research that's happening in ISRO and many other people at places are more into such fuels now, because they are cheaper compared to this and less polluting over long periods of time. So rocket goes into space, and space is also getting polluted because of this, not just our ground. Most of the air traffic, though they are at 10-15 kilometers, but rockets go much beyond it in the altitudes much higher. They give out such polluting gases, and something that we need to worry about over long periods of time. So when you look into these type of combustion problems in these engines, and being familiar with this type of rocket engine development, the whole process of combustion development runs into years. A typical rocket engine development process runs into typically 6 to 10 years of development cycle. And the basic research actually happens from looking at atomization. So the very first study of any rocket engine development is into how to atomize the fuel at the required level, and we start with injectors. And injector characterization of various nature, whether it is a plain injector, coaxial injector, swirl injectors, and you look at atomization as a fundamental problem in injector development. And injector development and combustion studies progress to a certain level. Then we look at collection of injectors. Typically a rocket engine head will contain hundreds of injectors. A small engine with a 100-ton class of thrust which producing will contain typically 200 to 300 injectors at the head to handle this type of atomization of various concentration and distribution to maintain the temperature profile which I mentioned about. And this whole process will take about typically 3-4 years to finalize, then reach an engine level. Then of course you can look at the turbo machinery, etc., which makes the combustion supporting infrastructure. So the success of an engine development program is actually go around the ability to achieve stable combustion levels with sufficiently high efficiency. We call it an efficiency in rocket engine, not in terms of thermal efficiency, but we use the terminology called specific impulse. Specific impulse is an impulse that is delivered per kilogram flow of fuel. So here again, the combustion engineers and heat transfer engineers have a huge role to play. A lot of research is done in this area. We also have laboratories which looks at the heat transfer problems. We look at the problems of atomization. We look at in various ways, looking at laser methods to scan it and understand how the atomization processes are happening and how you can control it. We also have mechanisms to look at the instabilities of various nature, look at in the dynamics, especially in frequency domain, to see how the combustion process generate various oscillations in it and how you can control it by geometry, how you can control it by atomization, particle size, distribution, and combustion processes. I think this is a very complex area where huge amount of research is possible. And we have a new fuel now everywhere that people talk about methane. Methane is very interesting because it is similar to oxygen. You compress it, you get a liquid which has a density similar to that of oxygen. Your tank size are well manageable, and you can get a reasonably high efficiency and more of volumetric efficiency as well compared to many other fuels. And it is more greener because of the nature of the molecule. So we are also moving into the methane cycles now. The bigger rocket players are already gone into methane rockets, and we are also going slowly into methane rockets. So in this area, combustion research has happened very seriously in our department, and a lot of scientists are working in on methane-based injector development, combustion studies, etc. So let me not prolong. There are huge amount of work that is in and around the combustion processes in engines, in aircraft engines, combustors, as well as in rocket engine combustors. This is a very core area of research in institutions like us and various laboratories which are associated with this. But in terms of the theme that you have set for today, in terms of the net emissions, I believe that as long as combustion is there, this net zero is unattainable. Because we all should also realize the basis of the thermodynamics. It doesn't allow you to convert one form of energy to another in real net zero scenario. So it actually limits you from thinking about such concepts. But of course, the role of a combustion scientist is always to look at how we can achieve this energy release at a most efficient manner. in its ability to transform to another forms of energy, like mechanical energy and electrical energy. Ultimately, this only we can do, but then your ability to generate lesser and lesser pollutant through the process is the only thing that you can work around. So I believe that this type of conferences, especially focusing on IC engines, propulsion, combustion, will really help this community to understand the role of the researchers in this particular domain of combustion. Will pave way for making more compact IC engines, because as mentioned here, IC engines will continue to be one of the important mechanical means of converting thermal energy into mechanical energy and other forms of energy, and they are not going to wither away. So is other forms of machines, the turbo machinery class of machines, which will be in a manner to converts the thermal energy into mechanical energy. They will continue to flourish in various forms, especially in the domain of turbines. We see that there is a huge demand for them to come up in the coming days, especially in terms of electrical energy generation. We look forward in this country where there is a huge amount of demand to design and develop and install large number of them. So I look forward to this community to work very hard in the research domain, helping us to elevate our knowledge and skill in this domain to help the better design of systems within this country as well. So I want to thank especially the Graphic Era University and also the Combustion Institute of India section headed by Dr. V.K. Saraswat and this team to bring this conference here. Let the engagement with the various institutions in this country grow stronger. In our domain in space, we are very keen to associate with each one of you who have an expertise in this domain to help us scale up our skills and capabilities in this domain in various specific areas which I mentioned. I didn't cover all of them. I think there are many more areas which we should have discussed, but in posterior time I don't going into each of them. So thank you once again. It's a pleasure to come and visit Dehradun and to be amongst you. Thank you, and all the very best to this conference for a fruitful dialogue and engagement, especially with the young people around. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for these wonderful words of wisdom. Indeed, a composite capsule full of a lot of information and knowledge. Thank you so very much, sir. It is a privilege to have you here amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, following the true traditions of a culture-bound institution, may I now request Honorable President of Graphic Era Group of Institutions, Professor Kamal Ghanshala, to present mementos as a gesture of honor, appreciation, and gratitude to the guests, to the chief guest and the guest of honor, and the distinguished members on the dais. A memento to Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, the guest of honor of this inaugural session. I'd like to request Honorable President to present a memento to Mr. Atanu Mukherjee. A memento to Honorable Chairman of CIIS, Honorable Member of NITI Aayog and Chancellor GEU, Dr. V.K. Saraswat. So this is from the President of Organizing University to the Chairman of CIIS. And a gesture of honor, appreciation, and gratitude to Mr. P.K. Pandey, the Secretary CIIM. I'm instructed by the CIIS Secretary that he will be presenting mementos as a gesture of gratitude and honor to Honorable President of Graphic Era Group of Institutions and to the organizing committee and secretary.
So now it's time to say thank you to the graphics era group of institutions headed by Professor Kamal Ghanshala. So thank you, sir, for taking the ownership of for doing such a wonderful job and hosting the first international conference on IC engine propulsion and combustion. So may I request Dr. S. Somanath to please, on behalf of Combustion Institute, to present a small memento to Professor Ghanshala. May I also request Professor Narpinder Singh to please, Professor Rakesh Kumar Sharma to please come and receive the memento. Mr. Mukherjee, please, may you do the honor. May I request Dr. V.K. Saraswat to please hand over the memento to please Mr. Narpinder Singh, and also Professor Ghanshala ji, please. Request Dr. Somanath ji to once again to present a memento to our organizing secretary, Dr. Joshi. So. So now we have one small surprise which is not in the agenda, is that we have 50th years of celebration going on here in this institute. So we have a small memento which I want everyone to please come together and inaugurate it.
Since it is the 50th anniversary of this CIIS, I'm instructed that we are going to celebrate it with a small cake cutting ceremony. So as instructed by CIIS, I request the team to bring the cake. Thank you so much, sir. So for your update, sir, this cake has been prepared by our Department of Hospitality and Hotel Management students. Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Sudhir Joshi, the organizing secretary for ICICEPC 1.0, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. X. Somanath, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman ISRO. Guest of Honor, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, CEO, MD, Dastur Energy. Chancellor, Graphic Era University, and Honorable Member of the NITI Aayog, Dr. V.K. Saraswat. Honorable President, Graphic Era Group of Institutions, Dr. Kamal Ghanshala. Professor, Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Sharma. Vice Chancellor, Professor Narbinder Singh. Vice Chancellor, Graphic Era Hill University, Professor Sanjay Jyotalaji. Distinguished speaker, esteemed delegates, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. It's a both privilege and honor to stand before you as we conclude the inaugural session of the prestigious International Conference on IC Engine Propulsion and Combustion. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. X. Somanath, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, for gracing us with your presence today. Your inspiring word has truly set the tone for this conference. Your insight into the future of the technology, sustainability, and innovation have motivated us all to approach the challenge and opportunity in the field with renewed energy and creativity. We are equally grateful to our guest of honor, Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, CEO and MD of Dastur Energy, for a thought-provoking overview on the current trend and advancement on the future direction in the energy sector and combustion technologies. Your perspective has enriched our understanding and provide invaluable context for the discussion that lie ahead. A special word of thanks goes to our Chancellor and Honorable Member NITI Aayog, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir, for his unwavering support since the very inception of this event. Trust in organizing this international conference, and sometimes we deeply cherish. We are also profoundly grateful to Mr. P.K. Pandey, Secretary of the Combustion Institute Indian Section, whose continuous motivation and support have been instrumental throughout the planning of this conference. His guidance has been a constant source of inspiration. The success of this inaugural session owes much to the inspiration and leadership provided by our Honorable President, Professor Kamal Ghanshala, sir, who have been a guiding force in the initiation and direction for this conference. Sir, your passion for advancing knowledge and your leadership are a true inspiration for all of us. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to Pro-Chancellor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Graphic Era Deemed University, Professor Narbinder Singh, and Vice Chancellor, Graphic Era Hill University, Professor Sanjay Jyotalaji, for their continuous support in making this conference a reality. Your steadfast encouragement has been crucial in bringing this event to life. It is important to note that the Combustion Institute Indian Section has been organizing this conference biennially in the past edition held in the prestigious institutions like IITs, NITs, and VIT. We are grateful to Dr. V.K. Saraswat, sir, Chairman CIIS, for entrusting us, Graphic Era University, with the honor of hosting this event. We would also like to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our organizing committee and many volunteers who tirelessly behind the scene have ensured the smooth running of this event. From planning and coordination to execution, your dedication has made today the session a rounding success. Without your hard work, this conference would not have been possible. Thanks you all again. Our heartfelt thanks goes to other sponsors and partners for their generous support. Your contribution have been crucial in bringing together experts and true leaders from across the globe, creating an environment ripe for the collaboration, knowledge sharing, and innovation. I would also like to extend my warm appreciation to all the delegates and participants who have joined us today. Your presence reflects your commitment to advancing in the field of internal combustion engine propulsion and combustion system. We hope that this conference will serve as a platform for networking, idea exchange, and collaborative efforts that will drive in the field forward. As we move forward into the subsequent session of this conference, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who have contributed to making this inaugural session a success. We would look forward to the valuable insight, knowledge, and engaging discussion that will unfold over the coming days. Let us all, inspired by the collective expertise and passion that have brought us together here. Together, we can work towards a sustainable innovative and technology advanced future in the domain of IC engine propulsion and combustion. Thank you all once again, for your participation, and I wish you a successful and enriching conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudhir Joshi. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request all of you, the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and everybody present in the hall, to please rise and join me in the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This will be followed by a tree plantation program at the in the front block of the Graphic Era deemed to be University campus. I invite the guest and guest of honor to join. I request everybody to please take your seats. I request the distinguished faculty members, delegates, and students to please remain seated because we'll be joined by Honorable Chancellor and member of NITI Aayog for a plenary session immediately after the tree plantation.
All the students are requested to please sit down. आपको जाने की अनुमति नहीं है. प्लीज बैठ जाइए. अभिजीत, ऊपर बच्चों के मूवमेंट बंद करवा दे, बाहर ना जाए बस। ब्रिजेश सर खड़े हैं ना।
To my brothers and sisters on planet Earth, knowledge paves the way to love, and love in its turn fosters understanding and leads one along the path of great common achievements. Our imagination, devotion, perseverance, together with divine grace, mystics, will assure your success.
check. पारितोष
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please settle at your respective places. The students moving out from the balcony, they are required to be settled in the ground floor. We are about to start the plenary session by Dr. Vijay Kumar Saraswat, Honorable Member of NITI Aayog and our Honorable Chancellor of the University. I request the organizing team, the volunteers, to kindly ensure that the students are here within the hall so that we can start it on time. Please settle fast. We are about to start it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that Dr. S. Somanath will also join this session. He will be sitting in the plenary session of Dr. V.K. Saraswat. So please maintain the required decorum. Settle as early as you can. This plenary session is going to be attended by all the stalwarts and the heavyweights of the campus and around. Honorable President Grafikera, the Pro-Chancellors, the Vice-Chancellors and everybody, they are going to attend this session. My dear students, please settle fast. No? Students are requested to settle fast. We can start the session.
So good afternoon. In the morning when I was talking to you, I mentioned to you that the transition before we become completely e-mobility or we become hybrids totally, among all the fuels, the one fuel which is the cleanest is hydrogen. And hydrogen economy has been considered as paramount. That's why India and many other countries have launched hydrogen mission because of its cleanliness. So I'm going to talk to you about hydrogen IC engines. I'm not talking about cryogenic rocket engines. I'm talking about IC engines, which are specific for the role which we were talking of mobility right now on the ground mobility. As all of you know, it is one of the cleanest alternative fossil fuel to reduce basically the greenhouse gas emissions. An idea is to curb pollution, and it should give a very promising solution for the kind of problems what we are facing with respect to the climate change. It is an innovative approach because it can power vehicles with cleaner and more sustainable fuel. Low carbon future is visible with hydrogen, and we can decarbonize the transport sector completely. So hydrogen-powered IC engines could play a critical role in the transition to sustainable mobility. World has taken many initiatives, as I mentioned to you about India. Hydrogen mobility in Europe is called H2ME. California Hydrogen Business is CHBC. Hydrogen Valley Initiative of Government of India, you have valleys now where hydrogen is being produced. Australian Green Hydrogen Head Start Program and HyCET project, hydrogen combustion engine trucks in Germany. We have the National Hydrogen Mission, where we have a target of producing 5 million metric tons of hydrogen, green hydrogen, by 2030. I'm emphasizing on this point of green because this has been one of the major initiatives taken by the country that we shall not work on any other colors of the hydrogen. You know, the hydrogen have been identified with different colors: gray hydrogen, brown hydrogen, pink hydrogen, white hydrogen, and so on. And green is the one which gives the least pollution, least carbon emissions. Then, of course, there are a lot of blending of hydrogen being done. And one such experiment has been done by Indian Oil Corporation, who have blended hydrogen with the compressed natural gas for use in the IC engines. NTPC has launched a hydrogen bus, a pilot project in Leh and Delhi. And of course, we have green hydrogen electrolyzer plants. Reliance Industry and Atanu Group have announced plans to set up green hydrogen production plants in the country. This typically shows the components of the typical engines in a combustion process, which starts with the combustor, the piston, turbochargers, engine control, ignition systems, crankcase ventilators, and so on. Basically, what is being done is the process where fuel-air mixture is taken in the intake, mixing takes place. Then compression, which is again a function of compression ratio. There are problems of pre-ignition in this process. We have to be careful. Spark ignition, and then temperature management. Then, of course, the power stroke in which expansion of the hot gases take place and torque is generated. So the characteristics will be no signal. So far it is coming. Sorry about the technical interruption. So we have the power stroke and the exhaust. These are some of the components of the combustion engine components. Hydrogen has certain characteristics as a fuel, and these are highlighted here and compared with other fuels like methane, ethanol, gasoline, and all that. Among them, two major parameters we should look at. One is, of course, it is a very low density fuel. Another one is the research octane number. It is the highest research octane number. And another one is the flame speed. Again, it is the highest flame speed also among all of them. And ignition delays are minimum. So when you are designing high hydrogen engine, these become very important parameters. Of course, hydrogen being only H2O, H2, so it gives, when combined, so there is no carbon dioxide, there is no carbon monoxide, there are no hydrocarbon emissions, and so on. And it can be readily used with the developed IC engine technology. Because of the high flame speeds, you are in a position to get very high efficiency also. And of course, you get advantage of the high octane number. Low ignition delay, so very easy to ignite. But there are some challenges with the hydrogen IC engines. One of them is the volumetric efficiency. Reduces and causes power drop. Thus, high pressure direct injection is preferred. Then there are pre-ignition problems. Like direct injection is suggested to avoid the pre-ignition. Another one is then you can do thermal dilution, that is use the exhaust gas recycling that can use to curb the pre-ignition. Use of EGR reduces combustion temperatures and thus temperatures and hot spots. You can go for 2 spark plugs with very lean mixture is preferred. Waste spark should be avoided. The spark plug should have cold rating, and generally we should avoid platinum. Crankcase ventilation is a must to avoid combustion of hydrogen leaked past the piston. Need to provide relief valves in the crankcase. Lean combustion with higher compression ratio gives the better efficiency. Because it is lean combustion with hydrogen air, it has a gamma value which is close to 1.4, resulting in improved efficiency again. Now, major problem with the hydrogen air combustion is the production of nitrogen oxides, which will depend upon 2 parameters. What is the kind of compression ratio and what is the mixture ratio at which lambda, as we call it, because combustion may cause high NOx to almost 0 NOx depending upon these parameters, operating conditions. There's a problem of backfire and pre-ignition. Like premature ignition is a much greater problem in hydrogen fueled engines rather than in the IC engines because of the hydrogen's low ignition energy requirement, wider flammability range, and shorter quenching distance. So there is a possibility of backfire conditions which can develop if the premature ignition occurs near the fuel intake, and the resultant flame travels back into the injection system. So some of the causes for the pre-ignition are hot spots in the combustion chamber, like the spark plug or the carbon deposits and so on, or the pyrolysis of oil, which is used for lubrication, suspended in the combustion chamber or in the crevices. What are the possible solutions? One solution which I always advocate is redesign the fuel delivery system. Don't try to tinker with it here and there. Use thermal dilution techniques like the EGR or water injection. Typically, 25 to 30% recirculation of exhaust gas is effective in eliminating the backfire. The most effective means of controlling pre-ignition and NOx is to redesign the engine for hydrogen use. NOx is a major problem, and NOx involves exceedingly rapid rates of combustion of the fuel-air mixture, also involves increased heat transfer to the cylinder walls, excessively high cylinder pressure, and increased emissions. What are the causes? Auto-ignition of the unburnt mixture in the end cycle of the charge. And of course, you have undesirable effects like engine performance degradation and damage to the components. So you can do knock prediction model, which is identified by a knock criteria, which is called Kn, which is nothing but total energy released due to the end gas reaction up to the time t divided by the cylinder volume. And what you have totally, that is total energy of the whole charge to be released by flame propagation divided by the cylinder volume at T0. That is the kind of a thing. So depending upon this Kn, you can decide. Knock in hydrogen engines over wide range of lambda. This graph indicates very clearly that if you have equivalence ratio more than 1, you are in operating range. In less than 1 also, you are in operating range. But in between, depending upon the compression ratio, you are somewhere in the light knock range. But if you exceed the combustion ratio, you go into the heavy knock range. Suggested methane number. What is methane number? It is the resistance to knock. If you take this table, it indicates methane. For methane, it is 100. That is the maximum resistance to knock. Hydrogen is 0, so obviously it is most susceptible. So higher compression ratio is also reason for hydrogen knock. If you go beyond 11, then you are likely to run into that zone of heavy knock condition. Lean mixture ratio combustion is a strategy to avoid knock, something like 2.2. That means above that, above 1. High specific heat of lean mixture ratio also improves efficiency of the Otto cycle. And overall efficiency improvement is there. Next problem is the NOx emissions with the hydrogen IC engines, as I mentioned to you. And this is particularly valid for those of you who are doing research on hydrogen blended in diesel, hydrogen diesel blends. Amount of NOx formed depends on air-fuel ratio, engine compression ratio, engine speed, ignition timing, and whether thermal dilution is utilized or not. Engine load is identified as a key factor and which affects the NOx. This is particularly for the hydrogen diesel combustion. 0 to 30% engine load, which encompasses the average load for mobile engine applications. NOx emissions changes were in the region of -50 to as high as +24. At 50 to 100% load, which approximately corresponds to stationary engine applications, NOx emissions change were in the region of 28 to 170. A lot of research has been done in this. A lot of work is being done on this diesel blended with hydrogen. NOx emissions with hydrogen IC, as I mentioned to you, exhaust gas recirculation may be able to reduce NOx, and hydrogen blended in diesel here also. Relative NOx is considerably lower with EGR. It is about 10 to 70% loads, that is the variation. At 15 to 20% loads, this number is about 50%. Now, the most desirable feature is the lean combustion of hydrogen. There is a big advantage because pre-ignition and NOx can be eliminated. NOx emission can be reduced to almost 0, and reduced throttling due to the lean operation reduces pumping losses and increasing the efficiency. So how do you do that? One is the homogeneous lean combustion is possible. Dr. Somanath was talking about atomization. Fortunately, hydrogen is a gas for those of us, but even the distribution of the gas in the combustion chamber or in the cylinder becomes a very important part, because you should not have a very irregular distribution of the mixture ratio, otherwise it will lead to problems. So homogeneous lean combustion is possible with hydrogen due to ignitability under lean conditions. Ultra-lean operation is possible with the pre-chamber ignition method. We'll discuss the pre-chamber part. Pre-chamber combustion has been used extensively in the indirect injection systems. Those of you who are practicing diesel engine designs, there you will have noticed that. PCC is being applied to SI engines as lean combustion method with multi-fuels such as CNG, ethanol, and hydrogen. There are two methods of PCC. One is the active method, and another is the passive method. Rich combustion in PC and very lean main combustion can reduce hydrogen combustion NOx to almost 0. Lean combustion also improves thermal efficiency. Lambda values, that is the mixture ratio, as lean as 5 are achieved with gasoline in main chamber and hydrogen in the pre-chamber. That's a gasoline-hydrogen mix. The major work which is going on for hydrogen IC engine is to switch over to opposed piston engine architecture. I think Indian Institute of Science, Dr. Ravi Krishna is working on this particular project. I have taken some material from him. Intake and exhaust ports open closed by the piston location, no complex valve train. Cranks, rods, pistons, and gears are the only moving parts. The part count is 70% less compared to a 4-stroke engine. And common 4-stroke failure modes are eliminated. Opposing piston engines use common materials, so there's no need for any exotic materials or anything. So the architectures could be a combustion system, a full engine system, and what are the market benefits. Combustion system, you get high thermal efficiency, lower emissions, reduce heat transfer losses, optimally phased combustion, ideal fuel-air mixing, lower pumping losses. In the full engine system, you get reduced cooling requirement, higher power density, earlier after treatment catalyst conversion, and reduced after treatment size and reduced NOx and SOx. NOx and carbon dioxide. There are market benefits because higher thermal efficiency and real-world driving, it reduces lower emissions. So fuel savings are there, lower CO2 emissions are there, ultra-low NOx is there, and so on. So you can use the existing fuel infrastructure. There's no need for any separate infrastructure for that. So there's a case for hydrogen opposing piston engines. Like in the case of hydrogen IC, normal IC, you don't get any particulate matter, ultra-low NOx, low purchase cost, longer reliability. Similar efficiency like fuel cells. As I mentioned in my opening talk in the morning, fuel cells have a problem with high loads. But it almost matches when it goes to high loads as far as hydrogen is concerned. And certainly, as I mentioned to you in the morning, it's a story where transition to the hydrogen economy can take place. Opposing piston engines has what little NOx at air fuel ratios of something like greater than 2, and high efficiency and high power density and low cost. So hydrogen opposed piston engine, as all of you know, fuel cell efficiency reduces with high power ratings. Opposite piston 2-stroke engines have demonstrated very high brake thermal efficiency. Opposing piston diesel engines have shown brake thermal efficiencies as close as 50%. And there are a lot of advantages with lean combustion methods with higher efficiencies are possible. So HOPE and PCC may become the ideal combination. So is hydrogen IC engine an ultimate solution? It is a compelling option for those seeking a familiar driving experience with a reduced environmental impact. Their dependence on existing infrastructure might be challenged by the rapidly growing EV sector. All of us are worried that EV is coming, so there will not be any IC engine. I think we maintain that IC engines will remain. The success of IC engines hinges on factors like development of robust hydrogen refueling network. Japan has done a wonderful work. They have been able to provide hydrogen refueling structure everywhere almost today. And so we have to also think in that direction. The ultimate solution for sustainable transportation, they can play a crucial role in transition away from the fossil fuels. And particularly for the heavy-duty trucks or long-distance travel. When you talk of e-mobility, the biggest problem we are facing is with the heavy-duty trucks, long-distance buses, and so on, because of the very large weight of the batteries what we have and the range anxiety we run into. So that is where the hydrogen IC engines can replace the entire process. To summarize the hydrogen part, I can say that hydrogen is a zero-carbon fuel giving opportunity to become green and sustainable. Major challenges with hydrogen application to IC engines are flashback, knock, and NOx emission. Some of these problems can be addressed by utilizing ultra-lean combustion of the hydrogen. Pre-combustion chamber is an excellent method to implement ultra-lean combustion of hydrogen. A post-piston two-stroke engine offers potential for very high brake thermal efficiency, greater than 45%, and a combination of hydrogen plus a post-piston engine plus pre-chamber combustion can offer significantly higher efficiencies. But hydrogen has a major problem. Because of its low density, carrying hydrogen is a problem. We have solutions like pressurizing hydrogen to 350 bars, 700 bars. In fact, the experiments which I mentioned to you, NTPC and whatever they have done in Andaman Nicobar, and even somebody has done, KPIT has done in Pune along with Tata's. All this they are using 350 bar cylinders, type 3 cylinders. They are quite heavy. The type 4 cylinders are still going to come in the country, which will be able to take the pressures to 700 bars and lighter because they are all composite. So hydrogen, carrying it and transporting it is a problem in terms of cost. In fact, when people talk of hydrogen total economy, if you take hydrogen production cost, it may be in the region of $4 per kg. But hydrogen, when it is dispensed at the point of use, it cost goes to $11 per kg because there's a cost of compression, there's a cost of transportation, there's a cost of dispensing, and things like that. If all these costs are added, then it becomes a very costly option. Hence, you should find a carrier for hydrogen. And the carrier for hydrogen are two main fuels. One of them is methanol, another one is ammonia. Methanol has a low carbon intensity and can be carbon neutral based on resource characteristics, whether it has been obtained from municipal solid waste, biomass, or captured from the atmospheric carbon dioxide, or even thermal power plant or steel plant or somewhere. Biomethanol from MSW can produce hydrogen at carbon intensity of 2.15 kg carbon dioxide equivalent per kg of hydrogen, leading to 90% greenhouse gas savings. Vehicles with onboard methanol reformation incur lower capex and opex for longer range, shorter refill time, and lower emission. So methanol can act as a bridge to the dream of a complete hydrogen-based fuel system. And this is how it can be done. This is methanol reformer. What is a methanol reformer? Methanol along with water can be reformed at a temperature of 250 degrees, and it can give you hydrogen and carbon dioxide. You can have a system of absorbing carbon dioxide using whatever, whether it's a membrane or ammonia, and then you can carry it. So we have, why we are producing hydrogen? Because ultimately we use fuel cell. So you have fuels, reformer, then a fuel cell stack, which can produce electricity, and from there you can take the electric drive. And the heat which is released from the fuel cell can be used for vapor absorption machine or a heat pump. You can use them as simple. Or cabin cooling or space heating. So why should we prefer fuel cell? Because it is less weight for same energy, generates less greenhouse gases, less capital input, less well-to-wheel emissions, takes less time to refuel. I just want to give you a comparison. For a car, battery weight would be 60 kg, while methanol fuel cell will weigh only 18 kg. And carbon dioxide emission from a fuel cell electric vehicle is only 2.7 grams per kilometer, as compared to 20.9 grams per kilometer from an EV. So you can understand, most of us feel that EV has zero emissions. No, sorry, that's a misconception. When you talk of life cycle emissions, even, in fact, I didn't mention to you, even if you look at, compare EV with a plug hydrogen, plug-in hybrid. Plug-in hybrid has a better performance under certain load conditions. So methanol offers a huge diversity and hence can work with IC engines and e-drives both. It can be converted to electricity with an efficiency of up to 75%. Hydrogen from methanol can be produced by an onboard reformer to run a fuel cell in commercial vehicles. By the way, I want to tell you, I think CTO of Thermax is here. Thermax has already made a methanol reformer, which I have been privy to, and if we can commercialize it, I think in India, without taking technology from anywhere, we will have this particular product available. This is how a typical methanol-driven heavy-duty vehicle and trucking will be there, which will have hydrogen and water, and methanol reformer, fuel cell, electricity generation, and what output will be only hydrogen, water vapor. CapEx is due to low temperature reforming is low. Total cost of ownership is also low, with cost of hydrogen produced about $3 to $4 per kg. There's no transportation, there's no storage problem, and hence we can use it directly. And you get pure hydrogen, which is compatible with the even PEM fuel cell, 99 point something. So you don't have a purification requirement and so on. No supporting infrastructure, no stored high pressure hydrogen required for safety purpose. So today, what country has done, I just want to sum up with that. And also internationally, Geely has launched Ferrizone Auto M100 methanol heavy truck in summer of 2019. Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, unfortunately he could not attend today, unveiled the country's first 100% methanol-powered prototype truck in Bangalore on March of 2023. This event marked the launching of India's first and the world's second 100% methanol M100 prototype truck. Recently conducted international work in seminar by NITI Aayog and many industries together, we had privy to international growth of methanol-based hydrogen systems, which are there today in China, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, and many places. In fact, heavy-duty trucking in China is completely shifted to methanol-based hydrogen. Similarly, if you are looking at the marine sector, the methanol-based electrical system using hydrogen is also becoming very popular. And in fact, some of the boats and all that, instead of going for electric drive, they are taking methanol, reforming it, taking that hydrogen and pumping into the IC engine. So that is also possible. So we have, friends, a very good carrier in methanol. We have hydrogen IC engines. Why not make them possible? Instead of carrying hydrogen into the automobiles, carry methanol in automobiles, put a reformer. You can have an IC engine or you can have a fuel cell, and then you can overcome the problems of mobility. Thank you very much. Alex? Sir. Any clarifications, any questions? थोड़ा जोर से बोलना पड़ेगा आपको, नहीं तो किसी को माइक देना पड़ेगा इनको. Cryogenic engine, हाँ.
So if we use that particular concept, like the cryogenic engine, the cryogenic reactor which has been set up in Pune also, it has been able to produce like, I think 60,000 liters of hydrogen. We have been restricted to that only. China have been doing it since a long time. So sir, if we can implement that technology, that reactor into the heavy machineries or even to our local vehicles, so that we can liquefy hydrogen, like which is the main problem because of which we are not able to use it as a fuel. So will it be not efficient?
I think Dr. Somanath gave you a very clear, even they are talking of semi-cryogenics, and they are also talking of using methane with oxygen and so on, mainly because of the volumetric problems of hydrogen. Storage of hydrogen in the cryogenic conditions, the vaporization losses that take place. For cryogenic mobility on the ground and even for the aircraft is a major problem. Whatever infrastructure you will make, you cannot wish away the fact that it is at a very, very low temperature, 20 degree Kelvin and so on. So you will have special tanks, you know what is the kind of insulation and things like that provided for cryogenic tanks which they manufacture. Converting energy required for converting hydrogen into liquid hydrogen, that also is an issue. So if you look at the techno-commercial value of using cryogenic for mobility application, it is not viable.
Thank you, sir.
So first of all, good afternoon, sir. My question might be not up to mark, but my question is, in future, can there be any situation with respect to hydrogen engines that it could lead to several accidents? Because hydrogen are very highly inflammable and it is having low ignition energy. So can there be a situation in which it will lead to multiple deaths of people? If it is, then I'll be curious to know that. And in my opinion, I feel that in future it could lead to a situation of legal bomb. For example, RDX is very difficult to get, but hydrogen bombs or hydrogen fuel is very easy to get as per the modern requirement. So can it lead to a situation in which it will lead to death of multiple people? If it is, please guide me.
As far as hydrogen safety is concerned, first of all, technology has become very advanced today. You know, hydrogen is being used today in many chemical processes. And you are producing hydrogen and transporting it at 160 bars or 200 bars for commercial applications. Hydrogen valves, hydrogen regulators, all of them, I'm talking of gaseous hydrogen, are being used extensively. So the fear of safety because of the high flammability or inflammability of that, probably the technology has overcome. The solution which I have given you solves that problem considerably. Instead of carrying it gaseous hydrogen, if you carry methanol or ammonia, then you don't run into problems. Number 3, hydrogen, even when it is being used in marine engines and submarines and things like that, where it is being used today as hydrogen gas, there are various technical means of avoiding this problem. For example, when you store hydrogen, you have to put it under neutral gas blanket. It could be argon, it could be nitrogen, depending upon that. You have to flush your complete system, pipelines, valves, and all that, so that there is no oxygen remaining in the system. Because even for hydrogen to burn, you need oxygen. So you need to clean it. So there are safety measures which are taken, and technology is fairly advanced today to even use it in the gaseous form.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Anuj Ratudi from Mechanical Engineering Department. Sir, in these days, a lot of CNG-powered engine can be seen, but there is a problem of cold starting with CNG. So that is why hydrogen enrichment is being done. So hydrogen enriched compressed natural gas can be seen to minimize this problem. But even after using HCNG, we are facing cold starting problem. Still, we are facing cold starting problem. So, is there any separation problem there, sir?
No, it's not a separation problem. The problem there is that hydrogen and CNG beyond a certain percentage are not acceptable. Okay. So that's why I said you should use pre-combustion chambers. And most of us are actually using our existing engines, and many of them don't have pre-combustion chambers. So you sometimes run into this cold start problem. If you use a pre-combustion chamber with a CNG hydrogen mix, even the percentage of hydrogen in CNG can be increased slightly. So answer is there technologically, but it is expensive and it is not possible to introduce in the existing systems. We have done all our experiments like Indian Oil Corporation did in the existing buses in Delhi. Now, obviously, they did not have all those technological needs. So if you want to design a HCNG engine, it will not have this cold start problem.
Sir, is there any further research scope in this particular domain?
I didn't follow. What is the question?
Sir, is there any further research scope in this cold starting problem?
Yeah, you can do a number of experiments. Cold starting, why it happens? Mainly because CNG and HCNG, they have different flammability, the ignition points. That is what happens. Hydrogen putting inside, if it is done in a pre-combustion chamber, will give you that right mixture ratio for both of them to start the ignition. So you will not have the cold start. That is the research you should do.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I think our chief guest has to leave. Yeah,
Hello.
but you can go ahead with your question.
Sir, I want to ask about dual fuel modes. Means I have used hydrogen in dual fuel format in the
Hydrogen?
diesel engine.
You have
Dual
used
fuel.
hydrogen?
On dual fuel mode.
Dual fuel, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So with diesel. So I found, and many of researchers have reported that 40% of hydrogen can be used along with diesel. So it can substitute diesel, means liquid fuel also. So is there any documentation or any scheme is in line from NITI Aayog or Petroleum Ministry?
NITI Aayog, no, certainly not.
Means Petroleum
NITI Aayog.
Ministry or
But
vehicle?
no, you are talking of policy.
Yes.
Policy blending, if you want to do, you have to make a proper demonstration and get your system certified. The only agency which certifies the system is ARAI in Pune. So if you are doing 20% blending or 30% blending, whatever blending percentage, you should test your engine over the complete range of operations, which includes durability test, which is a very, very cumbersome test. It actually kills the engine. 400 hours at full load. That is the kind of performance you have to show as per the World Automobile Standards. So once you have done that, then SIAM is the agency's Society for Automobiles. They will be able to impress upon the industry. And once industry agrees, then the government will give a policy that you can switch over to a blend of diesel and hydrogen. Again, dispensation will be a major problem because who will blend? Where will it be blended? Again, infrastructure will be required for that.
Actually, sir, in laboratory, we perform all the experiments to join the pipeline or intake manifold. So in laboratory, we do that thing. But in industries, what is the
industry will also do that, whatever you are doing, but they will do it at a scale. They will do it.
It is not in real life.
As on today, in India, diesel blending of hydrogen is not very popular, except in the research. It's commercially, no.
So, sir, where is the gap?
Gap is scale up. You have done experiments. Some other institutions also have done experiments. You have not come to the level which I mentioned to you, certification, demonstration for a large-scale full engine of an automobile, and the complete system, how the feed system of hydrogen and diesel will take place and things like that. So if you demonstrate that under ARAI conditions, I'm sure industry will take it.
So what should I do to scale up
You
that
should
model?
demonstrate at large scale, number one, full scale engine, do a complete end-to-end demonstration, right from injection of hydrogen and diesel together at different ports and then blending it, and then carry out the testing on right from the starting to the full load, and then generate parameters for that. You should not have hot spots, you should not have knock, you should not have problems, and also work out fuel efficiencies and efficiency and emissions All this data you should generate through your research.
So, sir, that data has been generated and that has been published in the paper. So, what shall I do to come into real life, like to suggest any automobile industry?
If you have published already and you have done all these experiments, take your engine to ARAI and get it tested.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Third party.
Thank you, sir.
No more questions? Yeah, somebody there.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Asad from KCG College, Chennai, Hindustan Group. So first, I'd like to congratulate the university for conducting such a nice conference. So my question is on airships, sir. So I have heard like airships used to use hydrogen, and now the Google and the Apple is also going into airships. They call it as blimps. So can you throw some more light on the hydrogen used in airships for probably in Indian context or something?
See, airship needs hydrogen because it works on buoyancy. So hydrogen being low density, it works very well. Airships and helium, hydrogen and helium, these are the two basic gases being used. The problem in the past used to be the permeability of the material which is used for containing the hydrogen. Most of the materials were porous and hence unsafe. But today, with many of the new materials like mylar sandwiches, and many other materials have come up, very polymeric materials, which are lighter in weight and also impervious. So they are in a position to use that for airships. They are even using for the aerostats and things like that. They are using it today. Our own DRDO, ADRD, Agra, they are making now airships as well as the aerostats using hydrogen. So there is a lot of, I would say, business case for hydrogen as a fuel. That's why we are talking of hydrogen as a carrier, hydrogen as a fuel for airships. In fact, fuel cell-based systems, people are talking of even being used in the hybrid mode in the aircrafts. So that work is also going on, where hydrogen and electric fuel cells will be used for this. But the problem still remains, as far as hydrogen is concerned, is storage. If you carry for an aircraft hydrogen in the gaseous form, no. Or even liquid hydrogen is not possible. And hence, we have to look for ammonia or methanol and things like that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Shall we have a 10 minutes, you can join for the lunch and the second presentation 10 minutes?
Sure. Whatever.
nozzles. So this ejection causes this mechanism to rotate amongst itself. So this is actually the father of the father of the father of the combustion, if you think of it in that aspect. So it didn't do much, by the way. I mean, all it did was just barely be able to rotate around itself. Now, when scientists look at archaeological records, they realize that the amount of energy you had to input to turn this thing was far, 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 far greater than it should have been. So it was not a very thermodynamically efficient model, but it did show us one thing. Yes, we can use steam to drive mechanisms and automate those mechanisms. So that gave us an idea, okay, how can we take these things further? Of course, another step along the way, Lavoisier, I'm sure people who are fond of chemistry will agree, one of the most important personalities when it comes to chemistry and understanding the world and understanding the universe. So he was the first person that who realized that when you burn something, there was something out coming. You burn something, you need to have something to make that process happen. So he called this part of the air eminent respirable. So then he changes to oxygen, which is two Greek words meaning acid generator. So this was now an important step in understanding combustion, because now we understood from a chemical perspective, as the professor, Professor Saraswat, who was making a plenary speech today, said, you can't even burn hydrogen without oxygen, which is the case. So we understood now to burn something through Lavoisier's experiments that you need to have oxygen in order to have a burning reaction. Like, for example, in the International Space Station, there have been two very big instances where fire has broken out on the International Space Station. And believe me, fire in microgravity conditions is very, very scary, because fire doesn't behave the way it behaves on Earth. It turns into a big ball of fire that is coming at you. So that's not something you really want to see, because imagine a huge ball of fire coming at you. It will be a pretty scary sight, maybe more scary than science fiction movies. So in ISS, for example, if you're going to put a fire out, the first thing you do, you immediately remove the oxygen from that compartment. So coming back to our technique, now we understood after Lavoisier that if we wanted to have something that is combusting, you needed to also have oxygen to make that process become feasible. So the first commercial liquid-fueled internal combustion engine was made by an American engineer called George Brayton, which also invented the Brayton cycle for those who are interested in thermodynamics. So this was a very basic single-cylinder engine that worked with vapor gas and then with kerosene. Again, this was more of a proof of concept engine. The thermodynamic efficiency was very low. However, it showed that yes, now you are one step closer to using steam power and using combustion to create an automation of processes, in this case an engine that can make something else move. Now we come to the multi-stroke engines. This is where now we start having internal combustion engines. So in 1876, Nicholas Aayog, working with Daimler and Wilhelm Maybach, patented the compressed four-cycle engine, and Carl Benz, which we know from Mercedes-Benz, patented the reliable two-stroke gasoline engine. So you can see this is the engine by Benz, and this is the engine by Nicholas Aayog. So this is also displayed in the London Museum of Science for those who want to see. So it was very basic, but now you could have vehicles which could move on the ground. That was a huge thing in the industrial revolution of mankind, because of the fact that now you could transport goods from one section of your country to another section of the country. Right now, the whole world economy depends obviously on products which are being made and consumers who buy the products. But more important than that is perhaps the logistics. You have to be able to move one product from point A to point B. So how do you do that, right? You need to have a vehicle which can move. This can be a vehicle that moves on the ground. This can be a vehicle that moves in the sea, on the sea. This can be a vehicle that moves in air, right? When I came here to India from UK, I had to use airplane, otherwise we would have a very long journey. I believe there was London-Madras Express, I think 100 years back. I don't know, we don't have it, I guess, anymore. So I came move products, to move services, you need some sort of transportation. So this made it possible. Now we knew that we could move things by land. At that time also ships with steam power start getting realized. We were using the old-fashioned wind power for ships till that, but then we started having steamships so we could also move large amounts of goods from one country in one continent to another. And of course, the biggest change came when the Wright brothers invented the airplane, right, in 1903 in Kitty Hawk, and then we could move people and things through air as well. So this is where combustion became really interesting. So today, we live in a world where combustion booms and makes us have all these advanced aerospace technologies, marine technologies, transportation technologies, production technologies, right? Many of the factories still depend on steam power of one sort or another to make things across the world. This is something that we really need to understand. We are where we are today because of the effect of combustion on the Industrial Revolution. We are where we are today because of the effect of combustion on the Industrial Revolution. As I tried to show in these previous few slides, that there was a lot of changes happening which allowed the economy to grow in proportion to these changes happening on the combustion side. So today, we live in a world, in the morning, the ISRO chairman was here, right? We can send rockets to the moon, right? There's a huge space race going on in the world. We can have a very large aviation. In fact, right now, I think by 2025, the aviation will be at larger stage than what it was in 2019 before the corona outbreak. So a lot of things are happening. But today, as I said, the foundations of our society, the foundations of the technology that we have today is because of the effect of combustion, which was prominent in our society. So what's next? I give you a glimpse of the past. I try to give you a glimpse of the present. But what awaits us? What's aware in the future? Well, I go to a lot of United Nations meetings. In fact, I'm going to be joining COP29 in Azerbaijan for a day as an observer to see the changes. Now, I'm sure all of you have realized, especially those of my young students who live in India, it was pretty hot this year, right? The summer was probably more hotter than ever, right? But believe me, it was not just India. Summer was hotter than ever in almost every country in the world. It was a very, very, very difficult summer. And this trend started about 3-4 years ago. Like, for example, in London, nobody used to own air conditioners because London was always a cool place. Like, you would only have few hot days, so you would never buy an air conditioner to cool yourself for those few hot days. What happened just during COVID was that the summer started getting so hot, the British started going crazy, and they were like, okay, we need to buy an air conditioner. We need to buy an air conditioner because this was not a culture that they were accustomed to in the past. And you know what happened? In 2021, there were not enough air conditioners in the United Kingdom to sell to the number of people who were asking for air conditioners. And because of COVID, also the logistics of transportation was also affected, as you know. So it was a very weird situation. I was in London at the time, in the middle of COVID. People could pay twice the amount for an air conditioner, but they could not buy it because there was no air conditioners that they could find within the country of United Kingdom. So all of this is happening because of the large amount of carbons that we are every day exhaling into our atmosphere. Naturally, if you look at, for those who are space enthusiasts among you, like the reason why Venus is so hot is because of global warming. So similar thing we are doing on Earth, trying to create a planet which will be too hot to live. Believe me, next summer will be much, much more hotter than this summer. And 2 summers after that will be even more hotter. So this needs to stop as soon as possible. But how do we stop it? We cannot stop the economy, right? I mean, combustion has to go on, technology has to go on, planes have to fly, trucks have to deliver goods and products. So that's why the gentlemen, the scientists here are proposing different ways of creating combustible technologies which would reduce the carbon emissions significantly. In Professor Saraswat's lecture in the morning, if you all attended, he talked about ways how we can use methane to lower the amount of carbon emissions that you can create by mixing it with other substances. So that is one way, and of course, the concept of hydrogen engine is another way. But eventually we have to start working on new energy sources. Perhaps we have to think a little bit novel and try to find other ways of maybe combining things that we have never combined before. Now, perhaps AI can be a good friend in this type of a simulation environment where you can try things without actually creating the experimental environment. That may be one possibility. So, but eventually we do have to reach some sort of a carbon-free alternative that allows us to still have the technology that we have today without compromising on the integrity of the economical structures that we have created all around the world. So hydrogen engine can be one part of this. Sorry, that can be with that. Hydrogen engine can be one part of this. Perhaps electrical vehicles can be a certain part of it. But as Professor said in the morning in his plenary speech, even electrical vehicles have some emission. It's not zero. So you guys have to understand there is always some sort of environmental feedback, no matter what you do. So, for example, one of the areas I work is nuclear energy. One of the ways nuclear energy helps is you can actually create carbon-free energy production, but then you're stuck with the nuclear waste. What do you do with the nuclear waste? So there's a lot of research going on how to mitigate those as well. Now, another important way the world is changing, we're going through Industry 5.0. Now, Industry 5.0 is a huge game changer. Like, I was having a conversation with the speaker who will come after me. He was asking me, what will be the thing that changes everything so that things can progress much, much faster? Of course, we're talking in the field of space technology, but I think it applies to human technology as well. Now, if you look at the past, almost everything that we own or use today is a product of past technology. Like invention of camera, invention of radio, invention of cell phones, right? These were big things, right? Invention of alternating currents, invention of light bulb by Edison. These were all important things. Graham Bell inventing telephone, right? By the way, just as a fun fact, Graham Bell was not trying to invent the telephone. He was trying to invent a hearing aid for his wife who was deaf. But eventually, he ended up making the invention of the telephone. He said, this is the most stupidest thing anyone can use in their life, but now it is one of the most important inventions, right? All of you are carrying cell phones. I don't think anyone, especially the younger generation, cannot live without a cell phone. So we should thank Graham Bell, who was trying to make his wife hear again. So coming back to that, one of the things that's going to make a huge change in the future of humanity and the future of economy and future of industry is Industry 5.0. So what is Industry 5.0? Obviously, still humans are at the heart of it. Okay? Integration of automation and other technologies into the industry. Sustainability. Unfortunately, my generation made so many mistakes when it comes to carbon emissions, etc. Your generation doesn't have the time to make those mistakes. You have to start changing things right away. Data analytics, automation, digitalization, circular economy where the ins and outs complete the full circle, customization, and cyber-physical aspects of it. So there are a lot of things you can integrate into this concept of Industry 5.0. Like for example, as the professor was saying, AI is an important part, but I should also remind you, true AI has not been developed. I'm sure the professor will also agree, because for those who have not heard, there is something called the Turing test. Turing test says that for an AI to act truly human and to be classified as AI, you should be able to communicate with it without seeing that it's an AI or a human, okay? And if, like let's say you're chatting with someone else, if you can't understand whether the person you're chatting with is an actual human or an AI, Turing test. Now, amazing or not, depending upon your point of view, in a statistically significant manner, including ChatGPT and much, much more advanced AI tools that are available, which are not open to the general public, no AI tool has been able to pass the Turing test in a statistically significant manner. Statistically significant manner means this: it may pass once or twice, but out of 10 tries, it fails more than it passes the test. So true AI doesn't exist. It might exist by 2027, 2028, but still you can use it as a tool, especially as a predictive algorithm, as the professor was saying, in analyzing field properties, energy conditions, emission levels, allowing combustion systems to adjust dynamically for better performance of lower emissions. Actually, this is done on airplanes. When an airplane takes off, as per the policy of many international airlines such as Lufthansa, Emirates, American Airlines, Cathay Pacific, pilots are strongly recommended not to touch the yoke, because it is the computer systems, very limited capability of AI also, that constantly analyzes the flow around the airplane and controls the multiple air surfaces and air control units on the airplane to minimize the fuel usage, because unfortunately fuel is still the greatest cost when it comes to flying from point A to point B. So airline companies strongly suggest pilots, please don't touch the controls, just let the plane fly by itself. Why? Because it's more efficient in terms of fuel economics. So another thing, obviously, 3D printing has become quite a complex situation. I was at the International Astronomical Congress in Milan, Italy, just 3 weeks back. So the director of the International Space Station, ISS, the director of science of the International Space Station, ISS, said that we were printing living tissues, 3D printers. So that's a very significant development than printing plastic or printing metallic components, because now you can do a lot. So I said, then after her conference, I went to her, I said, why are you printing living tissues? Why would you need to do printing living tissues? Because she said, we're conducting such advanced biochemical experiments that we are doing almost groundbreaking work in medical science almost every day. So this is huge, because many of you may not realize it, but many of the very strong antibiotics used today have been actually developed on the International Space Station under microgravity environment. Because under microgravity environment, you can grow bacteria, you can grow many things in a much faster manner. So many of the antibiotics used today is actually a result of the experimentation done on under microgravity on antibiotics. So 3D printing is, I think, going to become a big thing. I do believe, for those who watch Star Trek, maybe for those from my old generation who have watched Star Trek, Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock, there was something called a replicator on the starship, right? You could put, you could ask for any food, you could ask for any drink, you could ask for any component. It would automatically replicate for you, and it would give it to you like in a blink, like almost 2-3 seconds. So perhaps, if this 3D printing technology advances at the speed that it is advancing now, maybe in 2030 we might have replicators where we can actually get things done in the blink of an eye. So a lot of things are happening. Again, AI is an important part of it, but I do feel that there's a lot to go on. I'd like to give you one example. This summer, when I was in the US, I was trying a Tesla car for a beta test. That was fully automated. Fully automated means handless, completely drive-free Tesla. So I'm usually a cool person in the sense that I don't get rattled very easily. Like I'm very calm, and after a while I started getting really rattled, because what happened was that, as you know, for those who have driven a Tesla before, it has an automatic radar system. Automatic radar system means if a human jumps in front of it, if a civilian comes near it, if a truck, car, anything comes near it, it creates a three-dimensional map of your surroundings. It displays it to you, but more importantly, for the advanced Tesla models, it also reacts to those systems. So my car, which I was driving hands-free, did the same, but eventually one, not a kid, but I think a teenager jumped on the road, so it stopped very fast, but made me hit my head on the steering wheel. So it did not have the predictive algorithm to really diverge people from the path. It decided to hit the brakes. If I had been the driver at the time, I would have just swerved to the left or right, which would have been far easier and less bumpy solution. So I think there's still a lot to go when it comes to these technologies. Aerospace and combustion. Well, we were very fortunate to have ISRO chairman today. It's a big, big thing because, believe it or not, ISRO is one of the most powerful space agencies in the world. If you ask me, a career aerospace engineer of 30 plus years, after NASA and after Chinese Space Agency, definitely ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, is the third most powerful space agency in the world. Much better than Russians. The only thing Russians can do now when I go to Roscosmos, whenever I get a chance, only thing Russians can do is send in the Soyuz rocket people to space, the International Space Station. But Soyuz rocket is from 1960s technology, nothing new. And hopefully, Indians by 2025, the Gaganyaan mission will be able to send humans into space. And there'll be no difference between what anyone can do and Indians can do. But when it comes to other technologies, Indians are pretty far ahead. 2013 Mangalyaan mission, the Mars mission, that was a big accomplishment. They flew there for only $70 million. Now in space agency money, $70 million is nothing. There was a movie called Gravity which came out around the same time. That movie cost $99 million. The movie itself cost $99 million. And for those, well, it's important. It's a huge accomplishment by ISRO. And in fact, at the time, I believe Kiran Kumar was the ISRO chairman. He said, he made a statement to Hollywood, if you want to make a movie about space, come to us, we'll take you to space. We're far cheaper so you can have it in space. This is an important accomplishment. And of course, another thing important about Mangalyaan, and I'm especially saying this, I'm sorry, I'm taking 2-3 more minutes extra, but I'm saying this for the benefit of the young students out there, because you guys should be proud to be Indians. India has done a lot when it comes to space technology. Mangalyaan was the first mission to go to Mars on its first try. Everyone, including Americans, Russians, Chinese, everyone who tried to go to Mars could never make it on the first try. Indians made it on the single go. That was a huge accomplishment. Chandrayaan 1 in 2009 was the Indian mission which found water on the moon. Water is important because if you have water, then you could have habitation on the moon. So it was the Indians who did that. So a lot of important things have been done. Chandrayaan 3 mission, big success. In fact, the chairman of ISRO in Milan, Italy, 3 weeks ago, received a very important award because of the success of the Chandrayaan 3 mission. Again, one of the cheapest missions in the world. It was very successful, landed for the first time in South Pole. And you know what? It was competing against Luna 25. Luna 25 was the Russian mission. We were trying to go to moon. They launched it after India. They put a very fast trajectory so that it could get to the moon before Indians. But we know what happened, right? It crashed on the moon. They couldn't even land on the moon. So this was a very big accomplishment for India. So we really have to appreciate the fact that India is a world leader when it comes to space technology. It really is. It is appreciated in many platforms. I go to IACs, I go to United Nations meetings, I go to a lot of platforms, and they know my connection to India because I really love India and I really love Indian people. Professor, like, tell us, what is it up with these Indians? How they're able to do all these things for such a low cost and such a high achievements? I said because they are one of the most dedicated people in the world, and they know because of the environment they grow in, they have to get things right on the first try. And they have. And that's why we have such a powerful Indian space technology system. And not only space technology, it is a very prominent leader, especially when it comes to nuclear energy, because it has its own a lot of research, especially with thorium reactors, which can be a game changer. And when it comes to defense technologies, as Professor Saraswat is announcing, it has a lot of indigenous missiles that makes it one of the most well-defended countries in the world. So aerospace and combustion is still going to be, I think, an important part. Now there is a change toward nuclear propulsion engines. My expertise is nuclear propulsion. So there's a change toward nuclear propulsion for other missions. So in this meeting I was with 3 weeks ago, I also met Bill Nelson. He's the administrator of NASA. So he said that except for moon missions, every other mission that we're going to do, we're going to switch to nuclear engines from 2028 onwards. So there's a lot of opportunity there for young students. If you're interested, this is also something that we will look into. So to finish off my talk, be proud to be Indian. You guys have contributed a lot to the space technology and indigenous technology in the world. And I think the world will be a much better place with the accomplishments. Many Indian professors we see are in USA, in Europe, working very hard and coming back to their countries like Professor Azhar Patermax and bringing this know-how back to you guys. But now, your challenges, as I said at the beginning of my speech, we as Gen X could not make the world a better place. So I challenge you guys to make the world a better place so that at least our grandkids could have a better world because of you guys. Thank you.
There is a small announcement that the participant and the delegate, those who are planning for a trip to Rishikesh, we have a help desk at the ground floor. So interested participant and delegate, please give your name so that a proper arrangement can be made. Tomorrow we'll move from this place around 2:30 or 3, as the Ganga Aarti starts by 4:30 by 5. So by 2:30 we have to move. So those interested, please register it. There is a help desk at the ground floor.
Thank you, Professor Govind. Thank you so much. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Narayan Swamy, a highly respected professor in the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at North Carolina State University. Dr. Narayan Swamy is leading expert in high-speed aerodynamic and propulsion, contributing extensively to advancements in high-speed vehicle technology with applications in space logistics and national defense. His pioneering research has led to over 100 peer-reviewed publications in top journals and conferences, showcasing his impact and leadership in the field. Dr. Narayan Swamy's research efforts are consistently supported by major federal agencies and industry partners, highlighting the relevance and application of his work. His numerous accolades include the 2022 Fulbright U.S. Scholarship Award, recognition as a 2022 U.S. Air Force Faculty Scholar, and participation in the 2020 National Academy of Engineering U.S. Frontiers of Engineering Symposium. In addition, he was named an Associate Fellow of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics of class 2023. We are deeply honored to have Dr. Narayan Swamy with us today to share his insight and expertise. Please join with me in welcoming Dr. Narayan Swamy to take the stage for his keynote presentation.
Am I audible? All right. So before I begin my talk, I just want to acknowledge my students who actually have been working on this particular topic, and a lot of collaborations from NASA, Air Force Lab, and other industry partners. So this talk is about hypersonics, which is the domain I'm working on. So my career goal is to both use hypersonics for national security and global stability, that is obvious goal for a lot of people, but also transition hypersonics technology to civilian office. So my particular career agenda is everyday hypersonics. So let's see how we can transition hypersonics technology to find a use on an everyday life. And my motivation for this particular agenda is when I look at the annals of history, I believe, and there are strong reasons also for this particular thesis, that hypersonics is where internet was in 1960s. So basically it had, like internet, if you remember back in 1960s, it had a very siloed use in the military. They did use it for communications, which is exactly what's happening currently. But then when you transition the technology to a civilian population, it just completely transformed the world. And which is exactly what I believe is going to happen once we transition the hypersonics technology to the civilian population. So having said that, the hypersonics is probably the last technological system where you're probably going to see clean energy transition. Because given a chance between life and death versus zero carbon emission, you better choose life and death, right? So, so that's the main reason. So you're not necessarily, the zero emission is not the goal if you're fielding a vehicle that is going to help you, safeguard your population and safeguard your country. But then, the bigger point is that this is a leading edge technology that is currently being aggressively developed. Of course, we had Professor Saraswat and a team from DRDL who made a hypersonics demonstrator, and several other countries who did that. The fact of the matter is hypersonic, sustained hypersonic flight, which means flight over several tens of minutes, is actually much harder than rocket science. Okay, so what it's supposed to mean is this. So if you take like a sketch of a hypersonic vehicle, pretty much you have a challenge on every single portion of this vehicle. If you think about the nose, so if you're flying at 10 times the speed of sound, right? If your nose is unprotected, you are going to melt steel, tungsten, any metal you're going to melt. No questions about it. So people have been using, developing materials for, silicon carbide, carbon materials that can withstand the temperatures. We are talking temperatures well in the excess of 3,000 centigrade, 5,000 centigrade, depending on the Mach number. Then you look at fuselage and wing. Then the bigger problem is that you have extremely fast airflow through it, and then you basically have all sorts of problems with ablation, the aerodynamics, etc. So, the reason why you develop a hypersonic vehicle, of course, it's the speed that matters. It's like it need not be on a ballistic trajectory. I say ballistic trajectory. The way the ICBMs and things work, they kind of go away outside the atmosphere, several hundred kilometers, and they come down. But so that's a ballistic path. So that path is highly predictable. So that is how your interceptors work. If you have a ballistic missiles, you can intercept them because the trajectory is basically predefined. In a hypersonic vehicle, it is not predefined. You can actually fly much closer, well within the atmosphere, right? But just in the fact of doing that, you create all sorts of atmospheric drags and friction. So within 30 minutes, you can corrode your material. It is that hot, right? And another big thing is one of the big reasons you build a hypersonic vehicle, especially if you have a mission, is you want to go from place A to place B, which is called the range. So the range of the vehicle is the distance you cover on a single flight. And all these vehicle shaping, design, the entire aerodynamics is to maximize the range. Then you have control systems. So you have fins, you have flaps, and like in any given airplane. So if you think about the problems there, anytime you have these sharp objects, you create shock waves. And anytime you create shock waves, you have very high chance this is going to tear off the vehicle. And more importantly, if you use mechanical actuators, their timescales are so slow, right? By the time you make a 5-degree turn on a flat, you have crossed probably at least 10, 20, 30 miles. So it's, instead of landing in Chennai, you'll probably land somewhere in Bangalore if you're thinking that way. So we want fast-acting actuators, fast-acting systems, and with that comes the penalty of the high loads and things. The big other problem is the propulsion system itself. So when you feel the hypersonic vehicle, there are two types of vehicles. One is powered, where you have combustion happening. Other one is boost glide. So essentially, you take this vehicle on a rocket and you just set it off, and it's going to glide into the target. So when you have a powered flight, the entire propulsion system is a big portion of it, because that is where the thrust comes from. Okay, so now you see basically the entire vehicle is a crucible of all technologies that needs to come together. Every single technology needs to be taken to its extreme, and we have been doing that, and that is what is giving the unmatched, unparalleled speeds and accuracies that you actually witness. So it's truly a technological marvel. So in our group, we work on a lot of these so the itemized topics is what we work on. And in this particular talk, I'm going to I'm going to show you what the ideas behind the propulsion system. So like I said, the propulsion system is the one that fuels it provides the thrust, obviously, but it actually does much more than just providing the thrust. So if you think about why we actually go for scramjet before we, so there is something called ISP, the specific impulse, and this is, if you remember the talk from this morning from Dr. Somanath, he said the rocket's efficiency is determined by its specific impulse. So how much time the vehicle can fly with 1 kilogram of fuel. So that's called ISP. So a typical rocket, it can fly for about 300 seconds. Okay? And that is because in a rocket engine, you have both fuel and oxidizer. You carry them along with you, right? So if you think about it, so the amount of payload you can take on a rocket is about roughly 3%. Payload is what you pay for, right? So the reason you go to air breathing or scramjet engines is we take, instead of taking oxygen along with us, you actually use the oxygen from the atmosphere and you burn it. So in a typical rockets, or if you do a chemical equation, your oxidizer forms about 65% of the mass, and fuel forms roughly about 30% of the mass. So what you're doing with the scramjets or air-breathing engines is you are, in contrast to the rockets, you actually do away with the entire oxidizer weight, which is to say it actually helps you carry more payload. So in ramjet or in hypersonic air-breathing propulsion, your payload fractions can be of the order 20%, whereas in the rocket it's of the order 5%. So that makes a lot of difference. But it does more than that. So this is, once again, the idea of the efficiency in the vehicle has to do a lot more with just burning, conserving the fuel. To actually, the efficiency tells you a lot about how much the range you can have. Just by going from 20% efficiency to 60%, you can actually literally cross a continent with the same amount of fuel. So that is how dependent the efficiency is. But the big impetus on the scramjet engine is this. So when you build, so typically these hypersonic vehicles, there's something called lift to drag ratio. That's what the range depends upon. It's the amount of lift generated by the vehicle divided by the drag generated, and you want to maximize it. So typically, you have these, when you have a subsonic vehicle, right? So any of your commercial airliners, their lift to drag is on the order of 15. That's a lot. That's pretty impressive. If you go hypersonic, you go 2, 3, 5. So that's literally like three times slower, and you have a logarithmic relation between range and lift to drag. That means you actually go a much shorter range with hypersonic vehicles, given the same aerodynamics. So what the propulsion does is, by creating an asymmetric pressure loading, it actually helps you elevate some thrust. So there is something called propulsion generated lift. So that helps you reach lift to drag ratios of the order 8 instead of 3. So that is a big game changer, because now you can substantially increase the range of the vehicle. So there is a big interest also in that these hypersonic platforms, as you might know, they cannot take off from ground, meaning from zero speed, because the propulsion systems there, they compress the air with shock waves. And because they do it, you create a shock wave once you cross Mach 1, but then they won't be effective until you hit Mach 4. So this concept vehicle, which is being developed, it is a combined cycle, meaning you do a turbine-based takeoff, you reach a particular Mach number, and then you kick off the ramjet cycles. But then it becomes bulky, it becomes, it's basically, once you hit the high Mach, your entire turbine cycles are fixed, like you're really not using. So what we are looking at is how can we substantially reduce the compressed flow reaches a particular pressure temperature conditions where you combust, and then once you combust, you add chemical energy, you add heat, and that heat gets converted to the kinetic energy in the nozzle. So that's the typical cycle. But if you might think the combustion is a given, but it's very, very hard to burn fuel at that speed, because a chemical combustion takes certain time. There is something called a reaction time. It takes of the order milliseconds to burn. But then within a millisecond, this entire the entire air just leaves it's the flight time, the flowing time. So what you need to do to actually burn properly, you have to design the initial portion as efficiently as possible. So the bigger bottleneck in a scramjet propulsion, in addition to combustion, is actually designing the best way of compressing the air that is entering the engine. And that is what we are going to talk about in this talk. So, so what people have done in the past, and some of these designs also have been tested at URBO and other labs. So basically, you have multiple ways of compressing air, and so the most efficient way is to, thermodynamically speaking, there is something called isentropic. So you release no entropy. So there are designs where you create these isentropic ways of compressing air. But if you see these shapes, they get very quirky. They get very three-dimensional, right? So typically what happens is that they typically go with this this is called a ramped inlet. It's like two basically ramps. It's planar, more or less always, and then you kind of compress the gas this way. But then the problem is that this is a lot less efficient in terms of compression. So there is a clear shift in the direction in the future airplanes, future platforms, to go with these types of high efficiency inlet designs. so that you can get the most compression that you can have, the most efficiency you can have, the most reliable combustion you can have. But the reason people still go with these type of wrapped inlet is that they have very good stability, meaning you can do an angle of attack operation, they'll still be okay. They can survive a lot of off-design operation, off-design conditions, and that's a good thing. So you have one less thing to worry about. So what we want to do is we want to transition some of these high efficiency inlet to like a production scale, like to improve the technology readiness